Morning, members of council and staff and members of the public who are joining us. Welcome to the Special Budget Committee of the Whole. Doesn't sound right. For November 17th, 2022. And before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting here today in Kasputwik, one of the 7 districts of Mi'kma'ki, homeland of the Mi'kmaq people. We acknowledge the treaties of peace and friendship, and we thank the Mi'kmaq people for their generosity in sharing their homeland with us. We are all treaty people. And if we could have a motion to approve the agenda, please. Deputy Mayor Madeira Voss and seconded by Councillor Elliott. Are there any additions?
No, there aren't.
Council, all in favor of approval of approving the agenda as received, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That is passed. And that moves us to public input question period. Is there anybody either online or in the gallery from the public who would like to speak? Please state your name and where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Noel McQueen, representative Good Neighbors Group and resident of Fairfield Street. I've read the budget through, and on behalf of the residents of Fairfield Street, I would really like to thank the town council for advancing the repair of the substructure and the surface structure of Fairfield Street to next year's budget. However, we have also noticed that there is a plan to put a sidewalk on the north side of the street. This is fantastic, but in conjunction with that, there seems to be a plan to plant 9 trees, which would seem to suggest that trees are going to be removed from people's private property. So if that is indeed the plan, I am asking the town council perhaps to inform the residents of Fairfield Street directly how that's going to impact them, just to give them a little bit of time to absorb the idea and perhaps offer some suggestion and input to that. Having said that, as a member of the Good Neighbors Group, if it were possible to repair the sidewalk on Hillside. Hillside is a street that is used on a regular basis. And what I mean by a regular basis is a daily basis by no less than 2 citizens who use motorized wheelchairs. And the sidewalk on Hillside is in such bad repair that it is impossible for those citizens to actually use the sidewalk. It is not wide enough, it is not smooth enough, and it is not even enough for them to use that sidewalk. And so they find themselves using the street, and they actually have to navigate obstacles within the street as well that come from a variety of sources, either structure or litter from partying and that kind of stuff. So a suggestion, if it's not in the budget, to put a hillside sidewalk in next year to accommodate people with legitimate needs, then perhaps the sidewalk from Fairfield could be delayed until another time, and the budget for that sidewalk could be put into a hillside sidewalk to accommodate these people. I do say there's only 2 people who I know use that sidewalk on a regular basis, but there are at least 3 citizens who use it on a fairly regular basis. And I'd like that consideration. The other consideration we would like is one that I mentioned in the committee of the whole meeting the other day, which is perhaps if we could find it somewhere in the budget to increase the staffing capacity for inspections for buildings, particularly rental units, to make sure that they are meeting health and safety standards and codes and assist the people who already have that job, which we recognize has a significant overload in it. It would be really nice to see people have those properties inspected and feel like the renters around us are in safe accommodations that meet health and safety and other inspection regulations. Thank you.
And I'm not sure that was on. Was it?
I checked with Laura. She said the sound was coming through and it was very quiet.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay, that's good. Are there any Mike Long, are there any people off in the virtual world who wish to speak?
No, there isn't.
Thank you. All right, then we have a one item agenda, although it will take us all day. Or at least we have a schedule for all day, and that is the staff report on the preliminary discussion for budget process. I will hand that over to Director McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Donovan. And as you say, we plan for the whole day. That will depend on the amount of discussion we have as we go through this. As usual, I have a PowerPoint that I'll put up on the screen and share. And these are early days, and for the benefit of the people in the gallery, be it in the room or virtual, this is the first step in the budget process. So anything that's noted at this stage, pending council's decision by the time we get to March, it's not yet in the budget per se, it's proposed at this stage. So just bear with me for a second. That looks like the document. Okay, first steps. I guess we added that to the title, so that's kind of fits with what we were just talking about. We're just getting going on the budget process. So for today, just a quick outline of what it is we hope to accomplish. The morning session is largely informational to try to bring everybody in the room. Council, obviously senior management has been working at this, but to bring us up to speed on where we're at, some of the constraints, those sorts of things. So in the morning, we'll go through kind of an overview of the budget, some key assumptions that are going to impact us or that we know. Towards the end of the meeting, we'll seek that early council direction of, especially given inflation, what are everybody's thoughts this year? Because it's clearly more dramatic than it has been in the past. I think the city of Montreal has already, it's the earliest one I've heard, they've announced they're not going to have tax increases as large as inflation, but that's just their prerogative. But I think inflation has driven the conversation more this year. So we'll touch on that. We'll also review the 10-year capital improvement plan. That was just some of the items were just mentioned through the public input. I want to go over quickly some of the format changes, some of the key project updates. So this will still be more of an information, catch everybody up on the topics, some of the things like interest rates that are going to impact us. And then we'll review what that long-term funding outlook looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about reserves, debt, and key funding assumptions. Then the afternoon session, and this is the second year where we've done an all-day session as our kind of launch of the budget process. This year's afternoon session we'll jump into the details of the CIP, and that'll give council a chance to, we'll actually walk sequentially down through it so you can see where the projects are, what year, what the dollar amounts are, those sorts of things. I think that should be a little bit more interactive and discussion on, okay, thoughts on what's there. And then we added towards the end of the session, what we're calling an open discussion with council. So this is a chance to kind of sit back. What does council think in terms of it? This is more open-ended. It doesn't have to be operating or capital, just what thoughts you have, what priorities there may be, the things that we'd like to build into what is officially the first version of the draft budget that gets presented in January. So that we hope to hear some good ideas, or at least get a feel for what the priorities are. Clearly, we're not setting a budget right now. So these are, that's kind of our outline. We will touch briefly on public engagement and how and what we want to do. We'll seek kind of council's thoughts on what sort of information do you want to hear from the public. I always think of the budget process. We have a lot of public engagement throughout the year. We've just recently had a couple of special committee of the wholes where you've dealt with public input. That's always tied to the budget. Every time these things come up, it can tie to budget. So there's been a lot of public engagement so far this year. What sort of questions do we want to put on the Wolfville Bloom site to get feedback? Do we do pop-up events, those sorts of things? So we'll just touch on that a bit. So you'll hear my voice for a fair bit for the next little while. I forget where I put my coffee break slide in there. I hope I get to it before I actually need the coffee. We'll see how that goes. That is a good idea. And if you hear me cough periodically, I've got a bit of a tickle in my throat, but I'm clear of COVID. I have no fever. I've done some checks, so I'm good to be here. So hopefully everybody's okay with that. And with that, we'll kind of get into the meat of this. A lot of these slides will start to look routine, but they're good to remind ourselves of where we're at. Fair enough? Okay, the first one, really high level. What's the budget? And it's, people think of it as separate number crunching exercise. It's really council's strategic plan put into dollars. And just to remind everybody, we can go back. We won't go through this in detail, obviously, but council's strategic plan that we've had in place for a couple of years now outlines kind of principles that we're trying to do, strategic directions, which I think become kind of where council will want to see. How does the budget connect to those directions? And I think we'll try to bring that in a full way in the January presentation so that we'll take information from today, everything else we have. And as we build towards January, we'll do those tie-ins so that it's a little clearer, because sometimes the numbers over here, it's hard to know where exactly they fit in the directions. And then the priority initiatives. So that's kind of our framework of how we start. And this slide's just the dollars have to be balanced with the humans, the community, be it commercial or residential. So it's a balancing act, and it's one of the more difficult things that council has to deal with every year. And in the technical bean counter world, what does that involve? For the town, there's an operating fund, a capital fund, reserve funds. In the water utility, same thing, operating, capital, and reserve funds. I don't think at this table we want to get into those details. I have to take that information and fit it in the buckets where it belongs. The key for us, I think, is that have been and will continue to multi-year thinking and planning, so that we don't try to solve everything in 1 year. And we also financially try to plan for the long term. And that can outlast, say, somebody who's inching towards retirement. That could be me. It could be counselors at the table and counselors of the future, sort of thing. So, and accountability and transparency is always important. So this is part of the accountability and transparency because it's at an open public meeting. So moving forward, we're just going to hit some slides on key assumptions and constraints. And when I get to it, one of them has already changed this morning based on some CPI data released late yesterday afternoon. I checked before I did the slide, but it must have come out afterwards. Okay. And I would say anytime somebody wants to stop and ask a question, I think that's important. Is that fair? I didn't say that at the outset. If there's something I'm saying that doesn't resonate, and I've said it in a way that's less than clear, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, and I would suggest, because if I'm looking at Mike, I'm not necessarily looking over here, but if you have a question, don't wait for me, just jump in.
Are you okay if I watch for the lights as well?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks. So one of the first things we talk about every year, and it changes every year, is in terms of the tax rate, because obviously that's for business community and residents, that's what they see on their bill in conjunction with assessments. So in terms of magnitude, a 1 cent change on the tax rate in our current year budget that we have is some $51,700. You could go back to last year's slides, and that's where that comes from. If once we get the assessment data in, let's say we have 5% growth, 1 cent in the tax rate is going to mean a little bit over 54,000. I suspect the growth might be a little bit more than that, especially with what I now see as the cap percentage. I can tell you what it is as opposed to speculate. So 1 cent will probably be at least, I'm thinking 56, 57,000. I haven't had a chance to play with that yet because I just looked at the CPI data this morning. The breakdown is as it's been for years, predominantly 1 cent on the residential rate generates or saves, depending on which way council goes, a larger portion of that, some $50,000. 1 cent on the commercial rate is somewhat smaller at 4,000. And that's been a trend that we've had, but our rates have more or less moved in parallel through the years. We always mention at this stage, council has the option to change the tax rates independently. We don't, when we talk budget and you say a cent, the 1 cent doesn't have to go just on both. It could go on residential. It could go on commercial, or vice versa. You could cut residential, increase commercial, or reduce commercial. So they're independent Typically, they've moved together, but we've had, I think, a couple of years where that's not always been the case. But that's important to keep in mind as we get closer to trying to balance the budget and what the initiatives are that we're trying to ensure that are in the budget. Does that make sense, that those can work independently? What impacts what we're doing as senior management, trying to prepare the budget? And we just make reference to this. We're not necessarily working in a void and just coming to council saying, here's what it looks like. There's a number of finance policies that guide us. There's a number of what I would call it that aren't in the finance bucket directly, but also impact budget, council remuneration, staff travel expense remuneration, grants to orgs. The first draft of the budget that you'll see in January, and this largely impacts operations more so than capital, will reflect the application of those policies. And that's kind of our starting point. And then council, as you look at the numbers, you may want to go off policy, which is always the prerogative of council. But that's how, through senior management, we work with the policies to try and come forward with a budget document. You guys were all excited before the meeting started. Now it's just, we got to get to the good stuff yet.
I have no idea.
Budget process overview. Very quickly, management, we started probably in earnest in August. We were a little late this year. I'd say we typically try to start by July, maybe June, but we've had staff changeovers. We've had any number of priority issues that came up, like dealing with wells. So we didn't get started as quickly as we'd like. I think we're at a good point now, but so we were around August this year. And this is your first formal discussion on budget, but always try to tie back to every conversation you've had, the public hearing, the special committee of the whole the other night. I think it was referenced here earlier, talked about compliance and capacity. I think Devin had that in a previous special committee of the whole, talk about capacity. They all tie into budget. We highlight these are early days. We've had years where we're trying to solve everything today. That can lead to probably poorer decisions than if we let the information come and we work with it and we see what our options are. So try to keep that in mind. Like, we can't solve inflation today. We'll have to work through the process to see how that comes out in the budget. And what's different in the process this year, there really isn't anything. Last year was our big change in making this an all-day session, because we used to try to jam it into a regular committee of the whole, and that never really worked. We didn't have enough time. So we continue this and we think it worked, and I think council thought it worked last year. Okay, for actual data assumptions, the big one that we have every year is the assessment roll. The largest portion of revenues come
That a
from.
bit bigger, Mike.
I can do that.
The full screen, maybe.
I can do that as well. We don't have anybody who's going to put their hand up because all the department heads are here. So we'll just do. If I do that, we'll, okay. How's that? Is that better? I'm a low-tech person, so you have to be patient with me using technology. Some of the key constraints. Our largest item every year in terms of where we're going to end up in that first draft is the assessment roll. I mean, it's clearly every municipality is the same. So that's not available yet. Officially, the roll isn't released till January 1st of next year. We'll get our hands on that. Then there is an early report from PVSC that we expect to have our hands on by December 12th. That'll give us some of the assessed values that have increased due to construction, what the cap impact is, what properties came off the cap because there was a transaction. So that December 12th internally, we'll start to build some analysis on that. And then the key piece will be January. Be great to have that 2 months ago, because we could already start working on things, but we don't. I have on here my next bullet, and I did actually check live yesterday as I was prepping this. Cap percentage available isn't, it's not there yet. We don't have our hands on it. We do now. That was released late yesterday, so I like to be more accurate in my guesses, and the number came out a little higher than I expected. So although you're here nationally, it quieted down. I'll look at the joy of everybody and me being off the estimate. Way too many smiles on that. the number came out, and although the national headline I heard on the news this morning was inflation had kind of, slowed 6.9%. That's a national number. We work off the provincial CPI, and every province can be a little different. So expect the cap percentage to be 6.4%. The indicator went from 155.2 to 157.1. That's the fun technical background of it. Based on the little spreadsheet I keep every year, that would put the cap percentage, and I'm not setting it, and I don't know whether PVSC has a different rule, but that would make the cap percentage for next year in the assessment role at just a shade under 7.7%, 7.68. That's the exact reaction that I had when I looked at that, when I walked through, and I just looked at that this morning. So I've just gone to the provincial website, pulled the CPI number off. So I'll stand to be corrected on that. But PVSC sets the cap based on the October CPI value this year over last year. It's a point in time, and we've talked about that before, that it's prone to kind of different swings than the average. So just be aware of that. Speaks to, if you don't change the tax rate, anybody who fits in the cap, that would equate to a 7.7% increase in terms of the amount of dollars we're taking out of the pocket. So I think that's why this year's budget will have a slightly different talk. And I think when we talk later in terms of direction of how do you want that first look of the budget to be, that's a big number. And that's, last year we all thought it was big when we were in the 4 to 5% range, because it hadn't been there. Now and the way they set the cap. Now, whether there's a change at the province and PVSC in terms of, is that too high and they do something? I don't think that legislatively they can do a one-off. So that's for us to deal with in terms of tax rate. I thought I saw about a hand.
I just wanted to clarify what the difference was between last year and what this means. What's the percentage difference?
So last year, the cap percentage
Can't
was
remember.
5.4%. And it was higher than the average cost of living through the calendar year. The year before, just as a point of reference, the cap percentage was 0.3%. So that's the reality of what council and senior management, as we're trying to work on the budget, that's the reality that council has to deal with, is that causes wild swings in assessments. But if you recall, when we try to do our budgets, we try not to focus on the tax rate or the assessment. It's what's the average increase of dollars coming out of the pocket. And we bring that in January in terms of that analysis of 78% of the existing assessment base or taxpayers will see an increase of X depending on where our starting point is. So that value feels big, but how we translate that into the budget, we'll get direction from this group.
Just comment, I have had a few residents over the year who thought that the cap had come off because they had such an increase in taxes last year. So maybe, and I'm looking at Barb for this, maybe it's not too early to explain to people that the cap is still on, but because it's a 5 or 7% increase, that's something that you might see. I know there was confusion because it hasn't been much of an increase for a number of years. And then last year it was, even though we didn't put the tax rate up and the cap didn't come off, it still went up by something people haven't seen for quite a while.
That might be something we work on to make sure it's on the balloons in terms of the information piece. And we've had those conversations in the past of the cap, although well-intended way back when it started, doesn't, in many of the administrators and finance people's opinion, doesn't achieve the goals that it set out to do. And it creates those inequities where two people living on the same street could have the exact same house. One person's lived there for 20 years and they've been sitting in the cap forever. Somebody else buys a property, comes off the cap for a year, and then it jumps to market, which could be 20%. These days, it could be, I bought a house recently, but it could be more than that.
100%.
So that difference, that what should be an equitable distribution of property taxes, starts to lose its value. But that is a big number, and sorry to give it to you just quite that quickly, but I only did that this morning. So even management didn't hear that one the other day when we talked. So We'll see where that goes. So the next bullet is, so the cap deals with property taxes and the assessment roll. The next bullet, cost of living adjustment, COLA, inflation. I could use those interchangeably. For the calendar year, as of yesterday afternoon around 2, it was running at 7.15%. When I plug in the new value, it's running at 7.48. So just let's say 7.5. So it's a high value as well. So how that translates into everything that we do, from remuneration and everything else, we have yet to see that work through. And it's in all likelihood becomes part of our collective agreement negotiations and discussions, which have not yet occurred. So we're 3/4 of the way through a year almost of needing to get that agreement signed to the benefit of both the employee group and the employer, just to know what it is.
Just a question maybe to the CAO, are we required by legislation or contract to increase salaries by cost of living?
No, it's a town of Wolfville policy.
That isn't possible. That's what I mean by, I didn't have the right word. That's what I meant by contract. So that is our law.
And that goes back to that comment on the slide where I mentioned the policies, that first draft. And there could always be a temptation to try and balance the budget today based on, say, just remuneration and COLA. But that becomes a one-off decision without even knowing what the budget looks like. So we'll bring the policies forward as they're written, and then that's when things get into the more detailed discussion. Is that fair? And that collective agreement, will hit the end of the year. If we don't have it I hope we have it finalized by then, but we'll have to do an accrual. We've talked about this at audit. If you go to the variance report, it looks like, oh, there's savings in some of the wage pockets, but that's because we haven't settled the agreement and applied any retroactive adjustment that would relate to that. So, there's some bigger numbers to come out of all this. That's all the good news I can give you on inflation. Any questions? No, it wasn't good news. It wasn't good news. I'm prone to that sometimes when I'm overtired, so bear with me. And it has flipped. Yesterday, COLA inflation was running ahead of the cap. Now the cap's jumped ahead of COLA. So I don't know what that'll mean as we work through the budget. Okay, we like to, and I touched on this a couple seconds ago, and I just encourage consistency in this thought every year, is just the preconceived notion around tax rates, because you hear it everywhere. We held the tax rate. Well, everybody who pays taxes, and everybody in this room does, that doesn't mean anything. It's the tax rate times the assessment, how many dollars came out of your pocket, not just the. Very cheery. This is one of the most important concepts, I think, for us to stay consistent on, and that's why we bring the analysis in January. So you hear tax rates, which is fairly easy. You know what that is per 100. Tax burden, which is the average tax bill per dwelling unit. And what the new measure is of the last probably almost decade, residential tax effort. So it takes the tax burden, takes the salary income level of a household, the average income of a household per StatsCan, and comes up with an average of what percentage of the income is applied to property taxes. And for those that memorized our indicators, we've been in the 4 to 4.5% range. And I think I included that in the info report. We've actually gotten very close to the green indicator and that was largely related to the StatsCan increasing the average household income. So we're at 4.1% now, which is less. We're in theory more affordable now than we were when it was 4.4. And now I think I've already touched on the assessment cap system, that does it equal lower taxes, and there's lots of data that we've looked at, and we've done presentations at workshops 12, 13 years ago to the province, traveling road shows around the province. It does not really achieve what we're looking for. And in fact, can occasionally be more detrimental to lower income, because the houses that are having the biggest market jumps that have a cap tend to be the houses of more value. So it's just, it isn't necessarily the answer, and I'll probably say this every year till the cap disappears. And I think even the NSFM has looked into this at times with the province. So we'll see where that goes. Okay, the next key, and this is something we should be aware of. We have built into the funding model for the capital program to ensure that at least our 10-year outlook is fully funded. And that took a number of years to get there. Council over the last, I think, at least 4 years has committed to a 6% annual growth in the amount of monies that's come from the annual budget that are set aside for capital projects, be it through long-term debt repayments or setting the money aside in the reserves. So this year that will equate to, before we do anything else in the budget, to stay to that commitment, that's an extra $115,000 on top of what's already in the current year budget. So just keep that in mind. And I'll provide this slide deck will circulate with council after the meeting, and it'll become part of the Wolfville Bloom site as well. So these numbers will be available to everybody. But that's a big number. And obviously each year as it grows, the percentage makes the dollar a little bit more. So there's $100,000, 115. The next one's a bit of a newer concept for us to talk about here. And I'll say that this right now is a rough, I'll say it's the bean counter estimate. The engineer in the back of the room and I haven't sat down to go through it in detail, but it's an important concept for us to start to work towards. Over the last year, the town took over approximately a kilometer. I think it's a 0.83 kilometers of street on the west end. So we've assumed a responsibility. So as good as that is that the developer has paid and handed the street over, that's an infrastructure you didn't have before. And it's an infrastructure that you're going to have to replace in the future. So in the same way, we're already setting money aside for all the streets we had last year, this is an added one. So if you go through the breakdown of that street, it has the surface pavement, it has underground water pipes, underground sanitary, underground storm, it has sidewalks and curbs. When you apply the average lifespans to those, and I just used a rule of thumb of, I think it was 4,500 or 4,600 per meter cost of a street, which is where we've trended towards. We used to be 3,600 and it's obviously getting more expensive. When you apply the lifespan to each component of that build, it would say that you should, if you're going to have the money ready when it all needs to be replaced, you should start setting aside an extra $100,000. I'm just going to pause there in case anybody had questions or thoughts or need more explanation. So you're going to replace your car in 5 years. This is to set money aside.
Oh, sorry. So it's the top of Sterling Avenue that hasn't really been as developed yet. And how many like units is that are we looking at in the
Well,
future?
and this is an interesting thing in terms of development. And I think it would be one of the reasons Devin and Alex have been looking at where we go with capital charges in terms of the East End secondary plan. And there's lots of discussion to have on that. Typically, when we take over streets in a subdivision, I would refer to them as a bit of a loss leader, because until it's built out to a certain degree, you have the infrastructure. So you're going to have to plow it in the winter and salt it, patch it. And, you know, where's the break even point on that? Clearly that street is new enough that there isn't sufficient tax revenues to cover this. But this is if you think about infrastructure deficits, and I think some of us that have been here with Wolfville for a number of years, there's some frustration of, you know, studied quite a while ago, said we have a significant infrastructure deficit from years of perhaps we weren't replacing infrastructure on a timely basis, nor putting money aside to pay for the replacement. That's where that infrastructure deficit comes from municipalities over the years. You're not replacing it on a timely fashion, and nor are you setting money aside. And then all of a sudden you have pipes. And if you've looked at one of the project charters, you may have seen a picture of a pipe that needs replacement. And that'll be one of the specific conversations this afternoon to help kind of work through how underground can trump things. But you get infrastructure deficits because we don't set money aside soon enough. So that 100,000, if we didn't start that this year, you know, we're talking about streets that are 25 to 30-year lifespan, probably by the time they're replaced. Underground sanitary sewer, you know, 50 to 80 years. Maybe they live longer, but you want to build based on the average lifespan. So if we didn't do it right away, okay, 1 year, no problem. But then if you just don't do that for a few years, now if you're trying to save for that same timeline, you've got to save faster and quicker at a higher dollar level. So does that make sense?
That 100,000, I may have this figure wrong, but memory tells me that the recommendation is 1.8% a year of the capital cost for any kind of built infrastructure, buildings or roads. Was that 100,000, is that based on that kind of calculation or just picked as a number?
It wasn't just picked as a number. It was actually more specific to the nature of the components of the street. So rather than using that level of rule of thumb, it was, I could pull up the spreadsheet. I think I had 25-year lifespan for the surface cost, and that tends to run 40 to 45% of the total construction of a street. I think I used 55 years for sanitary and 80 years for water. So it was broken down into that level, worked through the numbers, and then you work out what needs to be set aside. If you think about it, Highland this year, $3.6 million or $3.5 million by the time we're done. I think we're in that ballpark. That's less than a kilometer of street. So at $100,000 a year, that's $1 million over 10 years. That's only 2 million over 20 years. It's only 3 million over 30 years. So you're already, you know, and that's in today's dollars. Clearly that $3.5 million is going to be much higher further down the road. And there'll be a mix of long-term debt and everything to be worked on. But it's to start to understand when we take over street. And I think it'll become much more important on the East End plan as that develops. We have to start planning for the future replacement of the assets. The difficulty is generally, like for me to say that, that's fairly easy. I won't be here when that street's replaced, that section of street. So it's either easy to ignore it or easy to say, just put the money aside. We're making decisions that are, I mentioned earlier, multi-year, long-term. But the benefit to the community is if each council can be consistent in committing to addressing the issues, the better it'll get over time. We're still trying to catch up on an infrastructure deficit, and we're taking on new infrastructure. So, and this is just the capital component. It's not the operating component, that service level.
I have a question. I've got special ties to Sterling Avenue, so I hear about Sterling Avenue a lot. One of the questions is mostly clarification about the components that make up Sterling, and because you mentioned the underground infrastructure, water, all that kind of stuff. Is a portion of Sterling is underground electrical, and the top portion I heard was not going to be underground. It was going to be poles.
I will quickly.
I don't know
look to
the
my left
clarification
to
of
get
that.
Clarification.
Yeah, it's going to be split. How does that work in terms of?
Well, the underground electrical is not our infrastructure.
It's not our infrastructure.
That's Nova
Okay.
Scotia Powers.
Okay.
If there's, as what's happening there, I'll kind of look forward to Devin on that one.
I didn't know if those things play into our plan.
Not
If-
part of that number at all.
Not part of that number at all. Okay.
Is it working back there? This is where we.
I think this is working now. So, yeah, the main part of Sterling is underground, and then when they go across to the final phase, that will be above ground, and Sam Cadre, I believe, is doing above ground as well. That was a process that came to council, the previous council, in the lead up to the West End. And it came down, I know, on the Cadre side to a bit of an affordability issue. It was part of the rationale from his perspective. And the MacArthurs, who are doing Sterling Avenue and the second phase, they wanted to do the whole first phase underground, and going across for 3-phase power to the larger buildings up there did require overhead.
ask a question?
Yes.
I'll just, it's interesting that 6% is $115,000 and that really only covers that one street. Like when you put them on one slide like that, it's like that 6% only gives us one street and nothing else, which is interesting. Yeah. It shows us that we clearly need to do more because that's not going to cover us very far. What is the rule of thumb on taking over a street? Is it a percentage of built out, or if it's just like development built out, or if it's just when it's paved, sidewalks are done, passes inspection or whatever? Is that, so just the road is the only consideration that is taken into place when we take it over, not necessarily the development of the street or the houses on the street?
Would it be fair to say, depending on the development agreement or how that came to be, there could be conditions upon those things, but I'm not sure what we've done in the past. So I'll look back to the management.
The more recent ones have a primary requirement. So there's a list, and some of them are a bit different, but there's a list of what needs to be required to considered primary, and then there's a secondary sort of list of things that need to be done, but it's not tied to how many houses are being completed. Yeah.
And I guess that's where that whole lost leader part of it is the cost comes to council. Whidden Avenue, I think it was when we took that over. Now that's pretty much at least fully built out on the one side. That was shortly after I arrived here. But for a number of years, we had taken that over and obviously plowed it, but it had no residences on it. So it was a mini example of there's one where you've assumed the cost, the liability. And I think even at the audit committee back then, I believe it was the citizen member, John McKay, who had mentioned, in essence, you're taking on a liability. So we reflect it in the books as an asset, and it's a capital contribution and it looks lovely. But you've really taken on a liability of the future. And that's what this is getting at. So it doesn't necessarily have to be $100,000 right away. Alex would probably like to have a really good kick at the can of taking my rough bean counter number and putting a little bit more engineering to it. But it will be of some significant value because that's the nature of what we're doing. So we thought this was an important point this is the first really longer section of street that I can think of that we've taken over in this way. And obviously there's going to be more because there's some growth happening in the future here. Okay. Got my other slideshow going, trying to see where the coffee break might be. I'm not there yet. I may have duplicated. So I duplicated the 6% bullet. So apologies on that street. The interest rates. So the bottom part of this slide. We had this same discussion last year and it's changing quickly on us, especially this year. The fall debenture issue that came through Municipal Finance Corp just about a month ago had 15-year debt all-in cost at 4.34%. The 30-year debt, and there's a reason I'm mentioning 30-year, even though we haven't worked in that pocket before, is at 4.5. Our previous assumptions, so in the current 10-year plan, we had increased those to 2.75% over the first 5 years and 3.5% over the second 5 years, because only 2 years ago, we got some all-in debt, the shorter terms, at less than 2%, and a lot of it around 2.2. So 2 years ago, these numbers, the fours would have looked off. I'm not sure what the most recent increase of the prime rate by the Bank of Canada will have on that. I believe it happened just shortly after the debenture issue was finalized. Now the markets can tend to build those things into the longer term models, and there's some anomalies in how you look at longer term rates. But at the very least, we have to change our assumptions this year, and that's going to have an impact. That doesn't mean if you looked at the interest on the budget in the current year, and I'm going to say I think it's around $168,000. Doesn't mean that number is going to double, because that's already locked in. It's each incremental year that we're going to have to take on debt that's at the 4.5 or 5%. I think it's going to level off a bit, and I don't think you're going to see it move towards the 6, but you know, a year ago, I'm not sure we would have said we'd be here. So that's a fairly big impact that's going to start to hit us. And we have a lot of capital. When we get to that CIP, we have a lot of infrastructure that we're looking at. So to the extent we have to borrow, it'll be at an incrementally higher cost.
Ask a question on that?
Yep.
So when we say we lock it is locked in for the entirety of its 15 years. So it isn't like a mortgage where I mean, I might lock mine in this year. Hopefully not. But I mean, if you locked it in last year and you got your 2.2 and you said, I'm going to renew it in, you had the wherewithal to say, I'm going to do 10 years out. Hopefully that will come back down in 10 years. So if you go for the 30-year, which we haven't worked in, so if we said 30 years, is there a renewable, say, in 5 years where you said, I'm going to take the high rate for the next 5 and hopefully it'll come down in 5 years and then
Yeah.
we'll lock in again?
We have
You know
the
what I mean?
flexibility to do a 30-year one's a good one to look at. We can't take a debenture for a full 30-year term amortized. Currently MFC can't go out that far. So typically say a 30-year debt would be, you take the 15-year rate, you've got in mind that you're doing it 30, there'd be a balloon payment at year 15 and you'd refinance at that time for the second half.
Okay.
How we do that starts to, I think some places probably do it in little 5-year increments, but I'm not sure. You're not locked in, you're more prone to interest rate swings. And one thing about municipal budgets is large fluctuations are harder to deal with.
Yeah.
Consistency, predictability for taxpayers, for council plays into it. But at least for a 30-year, we can't quite do the whole thing. So it would have to have that mid-term renewal.
And are 15 and 30 the only options?
No, we
So
do
you-
5, 10, 15,
So you could
20,
lock in.
25.
Is it a locked in
It,
rate at
It's-
5 and 10 years, or is that a variable? Because
when you get into the minutia of the debentures, that 4.53 is considered an all-in cost. If you look at the debenture has a number of different series in it.
Mhm.
Some of them are at 1.75, some are at 5. It's a mix of rates.
Right.
But our locked-in cost over the life of it, and it is averages at the 4.53.
Got it. Perfect.
Does that
Thank
make sense?
Yeah.
Is it okay? When you mentioned large fluctuations, is this a large, what is a large fluctuation? This is a large fluctuation? I just wanted to get my mindset around that, that's all.
That it probably depends on your perspective and lifespan. For me,
I'll take your opinion. How about that?
this is a fairly dramatic change in a short period of time. And I think if you watch that in the news, the way the central bank has gone about tackling inflation is we've had more frequent and larger increases in the Bank of Canada prime rate. I think it started at the end of March, might have been April, through now than we've had for, I'm going to think at least a couple of decades. In terms of, is 4.5% debt a high interest rate? I mean, I recall doing budgets going, wow, we got down to 6%. That's awesome. But at the end of the day, that may be historically true. It doesn't matter. We've been living off cheap money, low cost money, and now this has changed. So historically, this is still low, but it doesn't matter because we were living off 2.5% for years. So the reality is that the history lesson sounds good. Oh, that's still low. The reality is it's an increase in what we're used to now. Yeah. But that's a quick change over a couple of years, and most of it's been this year. You can see that's almost doubling in some, and if you got into each of the series, some of them do double. So I always get to bring all the good news at this meeting. So it's important for us to understand, and that's why we're saying constraints. It's important that these things will, whether we want them to or not, impact council as you work through the more nitty gritty of the dollars as we get them worked out. And it's all, I've said this before, and I think I've grown to believe it more. It's manageable. We just have to figure out a way. There'll be options here somewhere. Some of the options will be, more pleasant to take on than others, and some of them will be more difficult, but there'll be a way to balance the budget. And there'll be a way to deal with this. It's, as council has the more difficult thing is how do you, that little scales that I had there with the dollar and the people, it's how do you balance that? Because you're very much, you hear from the community, and that has a different aspect than just the pure dollars. That enough on that slide for now? No doubt we'll come back to that in real numbers in January. We'll start to see the actual results. So here's a slide that's just talking about more general pressures on the budget. And some of this, I've heard it mentioned at the more recent special committee of the wholes meetings that we've had. Service level pressures in terms of what's the type of service level that we provide to the community. So just Highland and Sterling. So we just talked about Sterling in terms of capital requirements, but what about just regular day-to-day operating? And I throw Highland into that as well, because Highland, although it's a street that already existed, on one side, there's twice the length of sidewalk active corridor now to maintain. Clear of snow, keep the surface good. So without even increasing your desired level of service, like have it clear within 10 minutes after a snowfall. Don't think Alex is ready to go to that yet. Without even changing that, you've already got an internal pressure on resources, because to run that sidewalk machine, you've got more sidewalk active corridor to cover. So those create operational pressures. Traffic safety and mobility initiatives, that very much came up the other night in terms of the discussion around the crosswalk flags. That's just an example. It's not meant to be the be all end all in that, but as we move towards improving crosswalk safety, that will have operational costs around it, and some capital, obviously, because the ones that require the higher infrastructure attached to them. Accessibility, these are things that we should be thinking about all the time. And although we're not explicitly saying, here's an accessibility project, it's, you know, the new town hall library will address accessibility in all its aspects, not just having a ramp or a door that people can get through in its more fulsome goal. The red and blue crew, which is now been referred to budget, that's an item, that's an example of an item that we didn't have in the past, that will create pressure. So that, you know, by referring it to budget, at least council's now able to balance that thought with everything else that we have. And that's just an example. That's not meant to pick on that one, but that's the most recent one that got referred. That was that Tuesday night that it actually got referred. So those are things we have to work on. Improved infrastructure in the parks. And we had this bullet last year. As we make improvements, as Kelton has gone through the parks and made improvements to the infrastructure, and Reservoir Park's one of the ones that you could allude to. You improve the infrastructure, all of a sudden, the kind of the community wants a better level of service. You know, the beach area is better. I need somewhere to park. Yeah, those things, or an active corridor to get there. They all have pressures on the budget. Community harmony initiatives, won't go into detail because I know council deals with this ongoing, but compliance, based on some comments around council table and from the public, is if we're going to address community harmony, what are the resources to do it, and how do we go about doing it? So these are all things that are just putting pressure on the budget without us really making significant changes, but it's pushing the envelope up. Climate change, I don't think we can forget about that one. That, much like accessibility, should just be part of everything we're thinking about. We don't want to too often be sitting with a window open with a heater on. Today in a closed room due to health, it makes sense to do, but everything we do should have climate change in mind. What's that? I'm not sure we know how to control that heat system well enough to do that. Some of these items we'll talk about more in this afternoon, but does that make sense of just the pressures that we have? Council has, I guess we bring you the pressure and you have to decide on it.
Yeah, I would say that there's a whole lot of other pressures that are not in that list. And as we
100%.
know, and I just did a quick calculation and based on the early one, the things that we will have to pay, that if staff costs go up by COLA, some of the requirements of our partners and so on, would, in my calculation, almost equals that increase in the cap. So if we thought that there was going to be, potentially a lot of money to play with for other things, it seems like that will just cover our must do's, not our would like to do. So
And
it's sobering.
yep, and as much as we hope new assessment, there's that, we get new assessment and we have money. It's really, I think when Councillor Elliott was not at the table as a counselor, but back on the press, we talked years ago about once there's always more dollar demands than the revenue. And that's why trying to make prudent decisions becomes very important.
My point was, let's not see that increase in COLA as a windfall. It's just going to keep us above water.
No, I think that's a good point. It's a very good point. It's not a windfall for us, and it's clearly not any of us and the rest of the community receiving it, so it's being hit by it. I want to give an example of how budget decisions operationally can impact service level out in the community. We touched on this briefly last year, and prior to that, the maps you're about to see were attached to the capital budget. I'm trying to link them where they probably more appropriately belong, and that's in operations. This is a historical look at the dollars. So the blue bar and starting on the right, moving left is 2007-8, coming forward to the most current budget year. The blue is the budget dollar allocation to the street maintenance, what I call the street maintenance program. Streets, sidewalks, curbs, and that's patching potholes, milling and paving, crack filling, whatever approach is used. And you can see how quite a while ago, there was a budget cut, fairly significant in those days. I wasn't here. I don't know the logic of it. It does seem to tie into close to a budget year, whether that was a decision to hold the tax rate at the time. Whatever the logic was, you can see how it dropped. The town's growing this whole time. The need for street maintenance probably hadn't disappeared. Now we have, starting back around 2010, started to try and increase that each year. So you see, if we drew a line through those, obviously there's growth in the budget to the most current year at $416,000. Forgetting about how we're funding that, because part of that's coming from reserves, because we've been able to do that. But if you follow that trend is how it was cut, and you come forward and we're starting to try and address it, you move on to what does our pavement condition index look like? And this map, every council's seen this now since 2012. So I don't want everybody to zone in on a particular street. It's more the trend of change. So this is based on, and this is fairly, and everybody's going to their street. One of the reasons I leave this to do in the PowerPoint and I don't put it in the info report is because by the time we got here today, everybody would have their streets. Here's one where, and this is fairly new. Trevor will need to verify the data. So Trevor's worked on compiling this data. We now have, based on the GIS system, 33.4 kilometers of total street. And he's noted in there, we have a new section that was the 0.83 Sterling. So our length of streets increasing over time. But if you look at, and I'm just going to flip through a couple of these. So that's where we're at today. I would highlight even the decision by council earlier this year allowed us to address Maple Avenue, at least in the short term. And this is just the surface. This is not underground. So that's your condition now. That's where you were a year ago. There's a little bit more red. And now this is where we were in 2012 when we first did the data. And as much as councils try to address this, and we all, I don't think there's any community in Nova Scotia where you don't hear the streets are terrible. Quite often you hear, and it depends on where somebody lives, wherever it is, that's the worst street anywhere. And some of them are bad. And I'm not saying they're not bad, but if you go back to 2012 and now we work our way forward, there's a lot more of the surface that is at a level that it should be acceptable to the community. And I
Yeah.
just, this is an important one for us to look at, and I'll pause for a second.
That's why I love this, and I would put this everywhere. I would shout it out, because I love the comparison between 2012 and now. That's a lot of good work.
Now, key to this is that's the surface. We don't want to confuse it with the underground. The underground is that we're doing the video, or we've completed the video, we're doing the analysis. We want to create the same sort of spatial data that tells us what's the condition of the underground. And when we come back in January, I'll bring the sidewalk one forward too, but I just wanted to use this. So if you look at this in its example, and you go back to 2012, that looks bad. But if you go back here, 5 years prior to that, the maintenance budget had been cut. It seems to me, and I wasn't here, but that probably has a link to why that looked like that in 2012. So the decisions that are made around the council table, around budget, as difficult as they can be, and this has not been easy to grow this. It's taken commitment. It's taken incremental changes, because we couldn't have gone from 180,000 to 416 in 1 year. But that steady kind of commitment to getting to it, and you can address a result out there that the public actually sees every day. Does that make sense? You almost look like you have a thought.
It's too early for major.
Okay, but your light didn't come on, but you look like you had a question.
No, well. So Chestnut Avenue.
Okay.
I feel like Chestnut has been done like I used to live on Chestnut, and I have only lived in Wolfville for like 20 years, but I feel like it has been paved multiple times. And I just don't know. I'm trying to remember that particular street, because when you live on a street, you kind of focus on that. So like, but I don't know like at one point was the underground done, which meant the top had to be done again, or was the top done? And I know a water main broke, so then something had to be done. Something about Chestnut resonates that it looks nice now, but I feel like it's gone through multiple.
And I don't have the history of that off the
Okay.
top of my head, but what I could say is, as you resurface, you completely rebuild the street, Highland.
Okay.
If for whatever reason, and knock on wood, we don't have them. If you have water breaks and whatnot happening, and you have to do cuts, that can deteriorate the street faster over time than if it was
Okay.
untouched. What happened out there, I'm not 100% sure. I almost feel like, was that a street that was in the fiscal sustainability study? There was a picture of a street that was, I'll call it like an alligator surface. It was.
I think the bottom was done, but the top has never been
It's
done.
never
I've
been-
lived up the top of it for 15 years,
Okay.
20 years now,
And
and
it's
it's never.
It's sort of the public comments of, that they don't know the difference between, like, some streets get done and then 2 or 3 years later, the underground gets done. So they always say, well, why didn't they just do
Well-
that street? It's like, no, they did the top, but not the underneath, or they did the underneath, but not the, so it
To be
looks like
fair, and
double
we
the
try to
work.
talk to council with this every year,
Yeah.
and one of the reasons we wanted to get the video of the underground, and one of the bigger projects that Alex has on his plate is your condition of your underground can trump anything, and that'll be that discussion later of that lovely picture of the water pipe. But what we try to do is, you don't want to completely rebuild the surface if you're going to rip it up 3 to 5 years out. Maple Avenue would be a good example of, it was red. Council earlier in the year heard, okay, that, I think we all knew that street was not fun to drive on. Especially if you're in a bus of some sort, it was not fun. It's how you get it to green. So some of these Highland, the upper part of Highland, that's green. That's at 100%. That's a brand new build. That should stay in the green category for a number of years. Maple Avenue was a different application, and I'll look to Alex to get the right term, but it's a skim coat is what I would call it, but
Yeah, the surface reconstruction.
Yeah. That its lifespan isn't going to be a new street 20 years. It might be what, 5, 6 years-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we may do an application for Maple that we expect only to last for the next number of years, because we know development's going to happen. It'll have to get rebuilt. So you try to match the way you maintain it to when you expect to replace it. And I think we've gotten better at that over time. Is that fair?
So when we look at this, and I will agree, it's been amazing. We've done great work as a team to get to this point. And yes, we should post it, but only where streets are green, because don't post them where they're red. So then my question is then, when we look at this, how much work, and I think this is maybe operational and capital combined, because it takes people to do the work to evaluate all of this work, whether it be surface or underground. And are we at a place of evaluating all of these? So we have a long-term plan, or how
Yeah.
far along are we in that?
We annually do update the pavement condition index, which is what this is driven off of. It is, if you think about it, early on, we had to do an assessment of all the streets. Because that baseline didn't exist. Talking to Trevor, and Alex will probably have impacts on how we do this, but I'll use Highland as an example. We just rebuilt it. I wouldn't expect we'll go out to measure the pavement condition index a year from now, because we know it's still in the green. So it's a matter of trying to take the town into quadrants or something to assess. Yeah. So you don't have to do 100% of everything every year. Is that the best way to put it? Yeah. Whew. That was good.
And
That
our
was off the
staffing
rails.
to do that work is at an appropriate level with streets and underground?
The PCI, I think, is we can manage. We're trying to refine how we do it. I'll turn to Alex on the underground. I think that's a more substantial lift.
It is, yeah, thanks, Mike. So the municipal engineering technician that we currently have advertised that role, this person will fulfill a lot of these duties that you're asking about right now. There's a lot of data that's collected on a regular basis, and there's a lot of data that's been collected over recent years that not much has been done with. So we're gonna try and come up with a cohesive plan to prioritize the streets based on condition of the surface, condition of the water, the sewer, sanitary recommendations that have come out of reports, et cetera.
Would it be fair to say that part of what we're trying to do with the Trevor and the GIS system is feed him more data that can be expressed? Like you said, we may have in the past gone out to do a water main break. Maybe somebody made notes about that, but is that brought into any sort of data set that you can use? And that's what you're trying to get to is that it's not just going out to do an analysis. It could be a repair, and that goes into the system.
Yes, so we need a more consistent approach with how the data is applied from real life and put into our GIS, and then becomes available for use in these decision processes. So that's going to be another component of our municipal engineering technicians' role.
That makes sense. And like I say, we'll bring back the sidewalks, and it'd be nice to have a map of the underground related to this eventually.
Together between the underground and the sidewalks, and what the three of them look like together.
And the only other thing I'd throw in on this is, well, I'd highlight that this year for total paving improvements, we did 3.5 kilometers. That's more than we've done in any year since I've been here. Now, part of that's the reflection of the increase in the operating budget and the double length of Highland we were going to do over 2 years, and we did in 1. So that's a bit of a blip in what we do, but it's still in the right direction. And don't forget that if you see a street that's in green, it may be 1 point above the threshold of green, and next year it could be yellow. So it's the consistency of staying at this year after year that'll keep this looking this way.
Mike, could you just repeat what our total kilometers are right now?
33.4 of streets. We improved through capital or mill pave, 3.5.
Okay.
So when this map comes out, it's all in the table in the map, I guess.
But then that includes Sterling now, 33.4.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And obviously there's more streets to plow. Plowing's the one that jumps out at me because we're hitting the water. I see a light on.
I just look at the map and I'm wondering what's going on with University Avenue because it's not red or green at parts of it. And what does that mean?
Well, that's where I try not to, at this session, drill down too deep into each street. Maybe we'll take that as a question to come back with more information unless you.
I mean,
know.
this afternoon is fine. I just
Yeah.
didn't see that anywhere else.
There's sections that are yellow, there's sections that are green, and there's sections that are red.
Okay.
All kinds of ideas around University Avenue over the last decade that I've been here is how I'd phrase that. How's that? Step away from the specific streets. We ready to go on, or is there, I'll look to the, okay. I assume council still finds this useful to see in communications. But it's in the pocket it should be now, which is operations. We used it for capital before, but underground is kind of the key for me on that. So we'll leave that one. That is telling. So where are we at now? Now we're kind of getting to that kind of the first little section, trying to wrap up. We're trying to balance services to the community. We just did an example of it with how much that costs. And we can't forget about the taxpayer carrying the load there. This is where I know it's early, but I like to hear from council. It helps us know what we need to strive for in the full first version of the budget is kind of knowing some of these components. You generally know the budget now. We know where inflation is. Early thoughts on where council may want to go. And this sometimes is routine. And it sounds like an easy question, but sometimes I've been a part of councils, not necessarily here, but other municipalities where I've been, where a counselor, not necessarily full council, a counselor could have we need to cut taxes. It just didn't matter. It was like cut taxes. I don't sense that that's been the case here. It's been a little bit more balanced, but we need some direction. And now that we know the cost of living, where are we on the comfort level of, and to the mayor's points earlier is, it's not like the 7.5% is just gravy. It will, if you live within that, there'll be difficult decisions. If you want to see something less than that, there'll be more difficult decisions, is how I'd phrase that. Is that fair? So I'm going to turn it back to the chair, the mayor, and see where we end up
Yes.
in this fun annual question.
I was just going to reiterate that. And as I say, my calculations were just done on my phone now, but it seems that things that we must pay, we have to pay whatever education is. I mean, we don't have any control over that. There are other provincial things that we have no control over. Our staff policies, we have no control over. There are capital, the 6%, and maybe that's not even enough. Pretty much equals, which makes sense because I'm sure those costs are going up by COLA too. So it's not surprising that
That's a little coincidental this year because we were at 6%
Yeah.
when inflation
anyways,
was
and
0.3.
it's within 0.5%, but pretty much if we chose not to go to at least inflation, then we have to cut some services. I also, which, like, that's a hard decision. As I recall, I think last year, am I right? We cut taxes by 1 cent.
And this gets into
yeah.
that minutia or that
Yes.
nuance. We
Yeah.
didn't cut taxes.
No, yeah, we cut the tax
We
rate.
reduced the
We
rate,
used the tax
which
rate,
kept the increase
right,
at inflation.
right.
And
So
I think
we-
that's important.
And as I recall, there was some, there was some discussion, I don't think it was at this table, but there was some discussion in the ether, as the deputy mayor used that word earlier, that maybe that was not the best thing to do. And perhaps we are finding, because at some point, if we are going to pay the must pays, which we must pay, that's going to be covered generally by the inflationary revenues. We haven't even begun to talk about at this table. This council has not dealt, nor has it gone out to the public with the rec study that we're about to do. That's not in here anywhere. I don't mean the rec study, but I mean the rec facility. We haven't really talked about the red and blue, for example. We haven't started to put dollars to any additional compliance staff or any other things. So, I've clearly said my position, but the reality is that the inflation revenue we might get is just generally going to cover the inflation costs that we're going to have and doesn't cover any of those other things that we might like to have. Should we reduce that, we are going to have to cut services. I don't see any other option for that. So that's where I think we are. And
Could I
we-
throw one added piece
Sure.
into that in terms of inflation? And I didn't mention it earlier, but it, I think ties into what you're saying is when we hear inflation, and we just did the data earlier and it was released, that's the average household, average basket of goods. And I'm pretty sure it was Councillor Zimmerman that I used to talk to about this, was that doesn't mean that's the municipal operation inflationary pressures. Could be more or less, but I suspect based on some of the conversations I've had with Alex is some of the costs of the underground pipe. It hasn't gone up 7%. It's gone up 30%. So to that point is it's the taxpayer paying the bill and they feel inflation through the basket of goods. Council and what we bring to you can be living in a totally different inflationary environment. And those are the details that will start to come out as we get further in the budget processes, is the transmission line replacement going up that we've done 2 phases. The next phase that we'll tender, will it be at a, 30% increase? Because that deals largely with underground. So those are the sorts of things that
So
we'll have to deal with.
That's a good point. So even though the inflationary bump we might get from a tax, from a COLA increase on the cap or on taxes, just keeps us above water. But to your point about some other must-dos, like we have to have a sewer system, we have to have a water system, maybe above that 7.5%. And so without making any other change, we would have to cut services. So so thinking that maybe we have to also put that 1 cent on the tax rate back is something that we may have to deal with. And I think that discussion of do we cut services in order to pay our must pays, or do we consider that putting that 1 cent back or more? I certainly know that in my time on council, the time that the tax rate was kept low or dropped, and we see the red ones, was prior to my time on council. And I do remember discussions of the council of the day to try and keep taxes and tax rate as low as possible. It came home to roost for the future councils, and I think those future councils paid the piper, good for them. And that's something we have to keep in mind.
Yeah, I would concur with the mayor. I think that I don't see, and I don't, from what I hear, people don't want their services cut. They actually want more. And I think that 7% is at least a first kick at the can is fine. If it's higher than that or putting the 1 cent back or whatever that looks like, I mean, within reason, I think that is fine. Because I do think we need to increase our 6 to 6.5 or 7 for capital, because I think we're going to keep getting into more and more of those things. Maybe it's a discussion on levies for a rec study or whatever that might look like. We haven't talked about policing yet, right? I mean, there's other things we still haven't even put into this equation that are going to drive that number up again. I think the only thing I can say is we need to be, and it comes back to, I think, the discussion on public input and communication. We need to be really clear and say, we understand that 7% is hard on everyone's pocketbooks. There's no question. We're people who are paying it as well. That's going to hurt us all. But it's 30% for the pipes, and it's this, and these are the things that are happening. These are the things we hear you say you want: more compliance, better policing, better water, better roads, better parks, all of those things, and they all come at a cost. And I think if our messaging is, and our engagement and our messaging is good, I think people might not still like it, but at least there's a level of understanding.
I think what you just pointed out, Jody, and the reference that was made to the pipes. I think these are shocking numbers because everyone knows the material costs have gone up, but we're now talking about some of those construction costs coming down. But I think if we really lay out that information very clearly, and also the difference, in resurfacing Maple Avenue versus what was done on Highland and going deep. I mean, all of those things, that's very important information for people to have. Because very often they're looking at just the superficial application of things without really appreciating what the true costs are and the true changes in those costs. So I think the messaging is going to be key. I don't know what the most effective way of doing that is.
We'll touch on that a little bit.
But we'll
later this
have to talk on
afternoon.
that. But I think
Yeah.
that that's really, really important.
I think the other thing, and with respect to the East End and the build out of the West End, the one thing that can help us all is to have more taxpayers. I think we have about 2,800 households that are paying taxes. If we had 3,500 households paying taxes, we would not necessarily need to staff up by another third. I think we probably, so there are benefits to that. I haven't seen that necessarily discussed in the discussions on the East End or the West End, but I think that's maybe a narrative that we can start to add. Not that there aren't costs with growth, but as you said, Director Lake, we started to have preliminary talks about development charges and so on. But the services we have, with another third or 50% population, we don't have to increase our staffing by a third or 50%. There is capacity there, and it will be a lot easier on all of us if there are more people who are contributing to that.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I don't think it's linear that this grows, but it's where we are at a point in time. I would suggest, just based on my knowledge here, things like public works, I think we're getting to the point where they're stretched for the infrastructure that needs to be maintained. So I don't think they're excess capacity to take on 10 kilometers. So those are the nuances. I think it also speaks to, and it's part of the East End secondary plan discussions, and I'd say these things came up before, is it's not just growth, it's density helps, because density over like the street can provide more tax dollars than 10 single family dwellings over the same distance. It all depends on how that comes out in assessment. Infill density is on a street that you're already paying for and trying to save for. So it has kind of a higher yield towards what we're doing than a brand new development. So it depends on where the growth comes, how it comes. Environmentally, I think density and active corridors can help all kinds of things here, but density is part of it as well.
If I may for a second. I agree. I think that we need more growth in town, more tax, more doors. To get there, though, we need more staff in Alex and Devin's departments to get that work done and keep them like things moving on. There are only 2 people. We need an investment in house to push that agenda. If that's what we say our agenda is, we're gonna have to invest now to see that come to fruition faster, if that's what we wish to do. So when I went through all of this, my thought was, I don't want to see capital things stop, but I really want to see us go, what are the investments we need to make in getting really good information and really good staff in those places, and making sure we're doing the right things at the right time. And my data geek hat goes back on, I guess, and says, just give me that information, give us all the stuff we need to know, and push those agendas forward in a really effective way.
Thanks, Councillor McKay. I do agree with that. I just wanted to go back to the other one, the comment that you made before, how we have to be, very conscientious about the services that we're providing, what we hear the public say that they want for services. So getting back to what we need to have. So we look at Fairfield, that needs to be replaced. We're looking at the sewer lines and we're like, those look pretty bad. Those all have to be done, those things, the staffing increases in order to get there. Those are things that have to be done. So we really need to be conscientious about what the public wants for services, because that's what they see. So somebody living on the other end of town, we spent X number of dollars on Fairfield. What enjoyment do they get out of it? So that we want the public to, we want to be really conscientious when the public services come around, parks or recreation or wherever they may be, that we really need to take those into consideration too. So those are really important to add to that.
I was just thinking, some of this feels more like this afternoon's discussion of some of the priorities. Haven't, just, are we comfortable? What I sense so far is first draft, stick with what inflation is and see where the bottom line comes. And then you'll know more about the sorts of decisions you have to make, because we don't know what they are yet, because we haven't built anything in.
Yes, I would say that the box on the bottom right, I think everybody seems comfortable with that.
Okay. And it's good conversation. This gets a little better each year. The first few times, we brought this up with, I think maybe 3 councils, maybe 4 ago. It's a tough one to ask, and sometimes we couldn't get into it, but I think this was important for me to understand what you're looking for. We'll have a little bit more, and we'll see where it goes.
Can I ask a question? So if we say stay within 7% though, and something gets cut, can you tell us what that cut is? So we know if 7 should be 8, because we want that service.
Yeah, this is
Don't cut
just,
without, not,
this is just
keep a
to plug
list.
into the first draft.
Okay, yeah.
We'll see. And I'm going to say, we'll see what the shortfall is, because as much as we might like to see a surplus on the first draft, I haven't seen that happen yet.
Intentional about that. Like
So-
some municipalities bring it balanced and we don't. Like we'll bring it with kind of the wish list and allow
Yeah, so there won't be a
council.
cut in it. You'll see by not having the cut, as Aaron says, you'll see the result of, oh, the hill's this far away from you.
Sorry, I think I was just responding to the first one, like doesn't seem to be a will to drop to 5% or something, and I agree with Councillor McKay, it might be higher.
Okay.
Or the tax rate might need to go up.
No, that's helpful. I mean, it's a start. We have to have a starting point on it, so that's helpful to have. Watch this. If that works. I'm just waiting for the. Are we good for a brief break?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought we just did that. We are going to have coffee break.
Okay.
Or what?
And we'll get, if perhaps Mike out in the virtual world could put a sign up that we'll be back in 10 minutes. 10:40. Let me mute
We'll
us.
be here at 12. So if we want.
Are we are live? We are still live? All right, council, we are back in session. Yes, we will have lunch at noon. So we'll go till for another hour and 12 minutes.
I'll try to stay right on that timeline. The coffee break worked just about right, so. We ready to go?
We are.
Okay. Thanks for allowing me to fill up my coffee. Let me just get our PowerPoint. So, when last we were here, we're on the coffee break slide. So. Now we're going to dive into. I need to close this blind or I can't see. There. Now I can see my screen. We're going to dive into the 10-year plan a little bit more right now. So we were some general concepts at the start. So before lunch, we'll go through some more of the background info and constraints around the capital plan. And our capital plan is a 10-year plan. I think a lot of towns do 5. If you go into the details, ours, we have some stuff out 20 years, but we're not ready to unveil that publicly yet. So just to remind ourselves that our 10-year capital investment plan is intended to include all the town assets. And if you've seen the growth in dollar values, it hasn't just been cost increases over the years. It's been, 10 years ago, much of the 10-year plan dealt with street infrastructure, but not a lot of other areas. So we try to get a more complete inventory included all the time. So we try to include anything that needs to be replaced over the next 10 years of existing. Anything that requires a significant upgrade, so not necessarily replacement, but upgrade. And I think the public works building, as we're coming to know, would fit within that. Deferred maintenance there has now turned it into, capital work. Things that maybe could or should be added to the town asset inventory. So there's where the new thoughts and ideas come out. And every year the list gets longer and the dollar amount increases. And if you've looked at this year, the dollar amount has increased. So a couple of things I just wanted to note. After lunch, we'll pull out the full CIP to just walk through it. So you'll see more of the details. But in terms of the look, the feel and what's in it, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. So the layout is a little different than in the past. And sometimes layout can throw everybody off as it doesn't have the same visual. We think it's a little cleaner. And I included the summary page in the info report itself so that Alex, through his Excel, he's a little bit of an Excel person, more so than me, helped create a document that we can condense down into subtotals by category and then also open it up to the details. So you had in the info report, the subtotals by category all grouped together, and you would have seen that the total was some $50 million now. A couple of projects have moved to different categories. So as you go through it, if you're used to seeing the VIC, the Visitor Information Center down in community infrastructure, it's up under buildings now. There's the engineer and the accountant, we have different thoughts on that, but the engineer likes to see buildings under buildings. So we'll go with that for now. Just so if you look for something and you're used to seeing it in one pocket, it may be in a different pocket, and that's one of them. So that's important. And I actually think the summary works better for council because, well, nobody ever said that I was logical. So it's probably helpful that some logic got put into this. So the community infrastructure was impacted by that. And just some of the community infrastructure section was reorganized. As it's starting to grow, it made sense to get it into its own little subcategory. So just know that the layout's different. And if you're not seeing something right away, ask a question or you'll find it somewhere else. It's not like it's gone. That's interesting, isn't it? We think that's, I think that may be our GIS staff at work. And if he goes up and listens to this later, he'll know that we're hearing him. Content changes. This is probably more important at this stage. some overarching items, and this is a little bit like inflation and other things we've talked about earlier, is it's not necessarily all easy news to listen to. So the current, and I call this a working draft. I don't consider it version 1 till we get to January, but our draft of the 10-year plan is just shy of $51 million. Our current year plan, 22-23, is 43.5 million. So that's a fair jump in value. And we'll see more of why that is later. It's not that long ago. I think maybe as recent as like 2015, 2016, the 10 years was 17 million. So it goes to some of the comments earlier, is there's that growth of funding the capital program and what it's covering. We're making sure that we're getting into everything that needs to be addressed. And one of the reasons we do capital budget first is municipalities, and I'm not saying this one, but it's been very easy for municipal councils in the past to balance an operating budget by cutting. We won't buy that truck. We won't, get that piece of equipment. Short-term decisions that make it very easy to balance because they're big dollars, but they have long-term impacts. And the commitment to the capital has to be solid, and then you move into your operating. There's some municipalities, I don't know them off the top of my head, that some actually set the capital budget before the operating budget. We don't go quite that far, but we look at it first. So the town hall and the library are now one line item in the building section, because council, we've not only got the location, we're obviously co-locating those two needs into the one building. We've gone from just a ballpark estimate dollar allowance for design to building in the 5% design fee formula, that as the value of the building grows, the design fees moves with it, because generally the design is in that 5% pocket. And if you've looked at the actual budget, we've updated the dollar amount there as well. Community development, public works, this is new. Much of this is new information. The renovations, we're doing phase 1 currently. And as everybody recalls, that was a report to council to remediate what was water damage on the second floor largely. Had to be done, wasn't originally in the plan. The park shed was the item that was moved out into the future to help offset that. That was, if you go back to the report, the tie into that. What's new in the capital plan is phase 2 of the public works reno and phase 3. And they don't come at a small dollar amount. You can see 600,000 and $292,000. So that's something that we'll have to get more into the details, project charters and that sort of thing. But that's, $900,000 there that wasn't in the current year's CIP. So that's significant. The fire department area, the fire hall itself, we've built in that 5% design fee. So as we play with the value of the building we may have, we want to make sure the design fee element is allowing for what the actual cost would be. And again, generally 5% of your project, you need that in design consulting fees. The trucks, if you've had a chance to look at them, and we can see them closer when we get there, they've increased substantially in price. It goes to what we talked about before the break, is inflation in pockets of our world is significant. Fire vehicles, it's significant. I saw a light come on, so I'm not sure if there's a question there.
Kind of a question, I guess it's to Aaron. When do we anticipate this council dealing with the rec center? Because that would be, it may not be in, but it would be in the next 10 years. So just in terms of timing for council to deal with that report.
So the report's still in camera and we're
Yes.
going to put it on the agenda for Cal in December.
In December. Thank you. So potentially it could affect, it could end up in this budget or not.
It could, and without knowing how it'll be structured in ownership, it is more likely to be an operational cost than our capital plan, because it won't be our building. Will be a cost share, similar to Valley Waste assets do not sit in our capital budget. I suspect,
I don't know where you get that,
well,
that comment.
Valley Waste and King's Transit.
I understand that,
which-
but I don't know how you jumped to the conclusion on the,
Well, if I can get the thought in. Valley Waste, King's Transit are examples of intermunicipal service.
Right.
Ownership, they're separate entities. That doesn't show up in our capital budget at all. I don't know that the regional rec facility will take that same structure, but if it's an intermunicipal service agreement that ties them together, it will likely be similar to those, significant asset. We cost share in, but it doesn't show up in our capital budget. It comes out of our operations. That's the basis of, I'm not jumping to
Even
a
the capital
conclusion.
cost of the building,
What's that?
even the capital cost of the building comes out of operations.
Absolutely. King's Transit Valley Waste does not show up in our capital budget.
The building of the building didn't ever show up. in-
No.
Oh,
So just, that's what, I'm not jumping to a conclusion. It's based on how these things have been structured here in the past. I'm not saying it won't be structured differently, but based on that, this isn't the pocket that'll likely show up.
It'll be a capital cost for the IMSA. It's a capital project, but it's funded through the municipalities through our operations.
And at the end of the day, it's really, that's a nuance of the bean counter world. It's the dollar impact that you'll be dealing with will be the dollar impact that you're dealing with. Okay, thank you. Fire hall mentioned trucks, significant, sorry.
Sorry, it wasn't on the record, it was on the fire department. So go ahead and finish your statement. and
I
then
was just
maybe
gonna
I'll
say,
a
we have a
question.
number of trucks that are coming up for replacement in the near future, as well as towards the tail end of the 10-year plan. And off the top of my head, and I don't have the number right on the tip of my tongue, I think the pumper looks like it may increase in cost by like close to $500,000. Like it's from 800,000 or 900,000 to 1.3. I'll have to look at the actual budget itself. The ladder truck will see likely a similar sort of increase. Those aren't tendered costs yet, but Todd's been pounding the pavement, looking to see how numbers are changing. There is a chance, and we'll likely have to come back to council, maybe in December, a chance on the pumper, which is coming up first. I think it's year 3. That there's a couple other fire halls that are looking for replacement, and we may have a chance to join up and perhaps get a better price. But new, those are the prices he's starting to see. And as you can imagine, it's not like there's 20 suppliers that you're going to go to. There's a significant cost. So that's built into this right now.
a question about fire trucks. I understand one of the problems with one of the issues with our current fire hall is that trucks and equipment have to be sized for the existing
The
building.
ladder truck in specific. yes.
So are we purchasing trucks to fit this hall, or,
Well,
which I understand is harder
yeah.
to get now?
the ladder truck's the key on that. So the pumpers, that hasn't been directly the issue.
Okay.
But we did take the current pumper that's coming up and the ladder truck and slide them out a year in a previous version. The ladder truck partly because we were waiting to see, will we have a new hall? If we have a new hall in a timely fashion, it opens the door to perhaps more options. Is there a used market ladder truck? That's what we got the last time. But that, I'm glad I'm not a volunteer firefighter that has to back that into the building. That takes some skill and it fits, is the best way to say that. So depending on where we get with the fire hall, there may be some savings around the ladder truck. I don't know about the other trucks, but the ladder truck was the one that it just barely fits there, and to find a used one that meets your building specifications is somewhat more problematic. Make sense?
It does, and I guess depending on the timing of the new building, do these, like, do we need one, or could we wait a year if there was some savings?
I think that'll play out over the coming months as we
Okay.
find out more about how we're doing the fire hall. I guess for now, we've left it in the timing as it is, but that's a good point in terms of that may change.
So my question is sort of similar. So if we move to a new hall, which is the plan, so that will have some capital costs. Well, I guess that could be an IMSA too, so not sitting in ours, but will require dollars of some sort. And then will there be a redundancy of equipment if we move and have an agreement that might put a couple together or service different
That's part of this, yes.
spaces or whatever?
Yeah.
I don't know how that's all gonna fare out, but I guess wouldn't want to see us buy something that when we come together, and maybe that gets flushed out though in the IMSA, we say, well, we brought this to the table, so you're not bringing this, or whatever that looks like. So maybe it's a
It's hard to
discussion on
hard to
negotiation
comment
that
directly on
happens.
those details,
Yeah.
but it would be something that, again, over time, as we figure out the fire hall, that'll play out. And we'll talk to, I plan to give the county a little bit more of a heads up on the vehicles coming up so that they're more aware and they cost share on these things. Like we shouldn't forget, we're about 50 cents dollars on this right now. The county helps because of the call ratio. So we'll have a conversation with them, which may ultimately help with the whole dynamic that's happening around the fire hall is the best way I could say it. And I'd look at Aaron to see if there's not much we can add at this stage.
Not at this stage.
Fair enough. The big thing there is just the jump in price, because we had actually increased that a couple of years ago. Which was, you know, they were jumping in price. Street infrastructure, one has already been mentioned earlier today, but there's a couple changes in there, which I think are worth noting. Victoria Avenue would have been year 2 in this proposed budget, and it's been slid out to year 3. That likely could have conversations around a number of items because we've talked about it here. I know the community's talked about it. That's being proposed right now in the draft with a commitment to, there would have to be some operational dollars put in place to deal with things like the sidewalk, perhaps the crosswalk. Probably, I think we thought the sidewalk was of more importance almost than the driving surface up there. But the operational dollars through that $464,000 we have for street sidewalk curb maintenance, a chunk of that would have to go to Victoria to tide it over for the extra year. I'll just stop there for a sec.
Victoria was one of my big things last year at this budget. And when we had a discussion through it, our director at the time said he would go up and look at that and tell us what suggestions needed to be done to make it more safe. We've never seen that come back. So can we see what that looks like? And what it means in terms of operational, because we're a year later and still nothing.
That
Was
will be
happened
something
during
we'll
our
have to
last year
work on.
budget. Does anybody else remember that besides you?
Yeah, and I think even as we get into the charter later on around the safety pieces, that might come up even today, that we can have that conversation as part of the charter.
What I'd tie this into, because I think Victoria Avenue is one of those ones a number of years ago, and it's probably only 4. It was further out into the future, based purely on the age of the infrastructure from the GIS system. It said should have been replaced already, got moved forward. As we've started to get a better handle of the underground through the video, through Alex looking at maintenance records, and again, I'll allude to the photo we'll see in the project charter this afternoon. Fairfield, the next item on that list, at $1.3 million. That really wasn't in there in the current CIP in any aspect. Fairfield and Harborside were grouped together as a $500,000 estimate of something that needed to be done. Fairfield now, clearly due to underground, and then also the surface needs, you know, we have open ditches, sidewalks are needed. And that's a new one in at $1.3 million. And this is where we get into the balancing of priorities is we can't fit everything in year 1 or 2. The underground that we understand for Victoria does not dictate it needs to be replaced fully. So the raw data, the GIS system based on year of install and age said time for it to go. The actual visual inspection of the underground video repair records doesn't speak to that urgency. So there's room for it. And that's why getting a handle on the underground infrastructure, knowing what it is, as opposed to just, we bought it in 1970, when we subtract so many years, it needs to be replaced. I think Alex will run off the data of actual visual inspections and that sort of thing. So, and I'll let you elaborate, but that allowed it to slide out a year, and Fairfield came in at the 1.3 million. And we have lots. And I'll let Alex may jump in on some of this to put it in better speak than I did.
Yeah. So how does that balance with what Noel was saying earlier about the sidewalk issues on Hillside as in terms of accessibility? Does accessibility trump just a sidewalk?
I don't think any, other than underground water sanitary, which kind of trumps
Everything.
everything.
Yes.
the rest, I think, will fall to council priorities, but I don't, Alex, any extra thoughts on that?
I don't really think I can say it any better myself. The water and the sanitary sewer and storm sewer with sanitary, obviously. The condition of those three critical pieces of the infrastructure. Trump driving surface, absolutely. But pedestrian safety, the usability of the sidewalks is also important. And I think it's easier to tackle some of those potential issues that we may have now through operational spending rather than full capital projects.
That'll come down to, I think, that 464,000, if I'm remembering the number right. That maintenance budget allocation, how that gets divvied up. And I think one of the things Alex is working on is as we come to January, the ops plan this year has a proposed list of likely streets and sidewalks that would have to be done. That the comments that you've just made will have to factor into that in terms of what gets done. And then if there's more to be done than those dollars cover, we're back to the decision of, do we need more dollars and the upward pressure and how those decisions happen. Is that a fair way to put it?
It's, at the end of the day, it is all about balancing the dollars we spend in necessity. We're talking about this at the bridge, and a little bit of necessity and what is nice to have, or what are community priorities. So when I look at these, and maybe when we shuffle it all, and I guess I could do it myself in a spreadsheet, but it's nice to know, like, okay, this is need to do, like, this is water and sewer, this is protective services, and buildings are in building, and then when you break it all out in a different way, it's here's what the community needs to have. You absolutely have to have clean water. Cool. Awesome. Then you need sidewalks, and then when you look at the streets, you say, okay, this is the street, this is the sidewalk, even though we're doing it as part of the street, this is what that sidewalk piece is sort of like a community want, like we really want active transportation. So if you can break out dollars in that way, it really does show us if we're being balanced in needs and wants, and then spread it out across the holistic of the town. Because if we did it all on Main Street, well, great. But so it's nice to see, because you see, okay, this is where it is. Have we spread it all out amongst needs and wants, and have we spread it over the entirety of the town to make it fair for all? I'm not sure if that makes sense, but in a spreadsheet, I'd like to see that.
It does. I think the project charters, as they develop, and
Yeah.
obviously there's only a handful of project charters there,
Yeah.
they'll start to provide details around that.
Yeah.
Can we take a 10-year plan and flip it into different categories? I think we'll get into a minutia of, well, we went through this in Berwick one, trying to say what's a must have.
Yeah. What's
a really high level want and what's just a want.
Yeah.
I can tell you from practical experience, it sounds easy, but that's an exercise in and of itself to decide how those work. I think the project charters will speak to that. And then we should, as we report back to council on the 10-year plan, maybe in a separate report, we'll highlight how that works with reference back to the spreadsheet. I mean, if you want to take the 10-year plan and reorganize it, I think that's a little bit more problematic. Just like there was a logic of moving the buildings to buildings.
Yeah.
We're going to start to categorize them in a different way. And maybe we can do that over time to see, can we get it in a way? If we try to do it in this budget process, I think we'll get bogged down into trying to categorize the capital budget into things that are not there. I think we anecdotally know what we mean, but to define it might be more problematic.
So I guess I can do that in my own head when I have this all done up. That's no problem. As long as we see, when we do a street, we don't break it out though from street to sidewalk, referencing what yours, I think sort of tying back to the question that you've asked. So if you did it all, I guess it makes sense to do all that street and that sidewalk at the same time. But can we break that out? Do you break that out by cost? I'm assuming yes.
That's part of arriving at the cost estimate is the elements but that element you would include in the detail of the project charter.
Yeah, I would, yeah. The current draft of the project charter doesn't go into that much detail, but my cost estimate, how I arrive at the costs for the street break it out by quantities, by lengths, by units, and then kind of subcategorize all of those by water, sewer, storm, and street. I don't break it out into more detail than just street. Street includes road, curb, sidewalks, landscaping, trees, all of that. To kind of touch on what you asked about before, there are some opportunities to do capital projects that may only require a sidewalk. So the rest of the street infrastructure might be fine, the paving, the curbs, the underground might be fine. But the sidewalk is in dire shape. So that could be a potential capital project on its own, just to replace sidewalk from here to here.
We actually have a pending section that we've never populated for that very type of thing.
Yeah, I guess even from a strategic point of view, when you're trying to balance out the things that you said were good, we said active transportation and climate change were two of our things we were looking at. And having sidewalks brought out into just a separate line on, if you're costing it, it's just interesting to know, because I think it helps us measure, are we doing the things that we say we would like to do? Data geek again.
And we may try to, as I say, in the project charter, we could take the 10-year plan. So Highland would not have been a project line item. It would have had the street under the street section, sidewalk under a sidewalk section, sanitary under another section, storm under another section. And I think then I suspect we'll come back to, could you put that all in one number? Because I have to find it in 20 places.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, if we says Highland and it says storm, street, sidewalk, and just as a subcategories and they add up, no different than what this does. I think that's maybe I'm the only one who wants to see it that way.
I think it's a communication issue and sort of looking at Barb, and as we go through this budget process, maybe by the time we get to February, if we can think about the communication and packaging all the different pieces through those strategic headings, then I think council has an opportunity to look at that and go, did we hit the mark?
Yeah.
And so because you're pulling pieces at that point, some of it's capital, some of it's operational, some of it's embedded in bigger projects. And I think there's a way to tell the story and pick that out through the communications element. And that might be a good tool for council. And then once it's finalized, a really good tool for the public too. So maybe we can think about it through that lens as we go. Just
Should we try and touch on it a bit in the project charter this afternoon as an example? And there's
Sure.
a couple.
And I didn't want to steal this, like, I just really like to measure, like, are we doing what we said we would
Yes.
do? And it's really hard to know unless we kind of break some things out, maybe.
Just following up on that and your comment, Erin, that's what I was going to say. The communication of this is really important because I just found Alex's recent comment about street very useful, to know it's the road, it's the curb, it's the sidewalk, and it's the trees. I mean, we heard this morning concern about trees. I personally would never have expected that to be part of what was being addressed. So I think to communicate the amount of detail, that kind of detail, I guess not an amount, but that kind of detail is very, very useful because I think it creates, the more we can create that broader community understanding of all the elements that have to be considered when we're doing these things, I think the better it is for all of us.
Yeah, just to add to all the three conversations there, I think it is important that us as counselors walking the street that we do hit the mark. So I think what Jody is saying is, as a reference to Victoria Avenue, this is something that we heard. So I understand that we have to get Fairfield fixed. Like, I understand all that. Not always the public will understand what we're talking about here today because not everybody, will listen to it all. And we're not going to be able to break it down step by step. So for us walking the streets, it's like, okay, it got moved another year in the capital. It got moved another year in the capital, and now it's 2 or 3 years out. That's where we're impacted as counselors. Do I have sort of a little bit of that correct? And that's sort of where, but I do understand where we're coming from. Like, I totally understand it, but then it's up to us to explain why isn't that getting done now? That was important to us. And that's where, just to make that.
And I take those points. I do think the project charters as they get better because you need some form of summary document to work forward from and more details. And I don't think you can get all the answers in one spot. So maybe, as I say, if we look at Fairfield this afternoon, maybe in that it would, here are the elements roughly split out in cost. So that there'd be, oh, we know that it's got sidewalk or AT or those elements. If we take just the 10-year plan itself and start breaking those out, it will become it's already a bit of a monstrous document when you explode it out into all its elements. It will become even more so for that, but it's an option. I just think the charters are kind of where we want it to get that detail.
Yeah, the charters will definitely have the level of detail I think that you're looking for, because we're trying to move in a different direction to give more information. And for those that want to read them, that's great. I think where I was going in my mind on the communications pieces is maybe having those 4 overarching themes of council that you could then just on a 1-pager pull in. These are all the elements in the budget and the ops plan that we're tackling for climate change, or for just in a way that's easier to digest. And you can look and go, okay, we did hit the mark or we didn't, as a check-in. So I think it's more, that's
Yeah,
where I was.
we
going.
actually, and Erin and I talked about this on the way in this morning. She was Uber Erin. I didn't bike today. Part of the conversation was last year at this time, we had a couple slides that took the strategic directions and everything and put budget items in there. I think I said earlier, we'll try to bring that in January when we have more of the complete picture. And I think those would really help as climate change, the list of where all those projects are and what's covering it. And that may, I think that may tie in. So yeah, that may be part of that communication package. Okay, cool.
And just a further comment on the project charters, if I may. One of the discussion points and suggestions that came out of our recent management meetings was that I rather complete. Yes. I complete a project charter for the streets that we're considering beyond the next year, the next 2 years. Just to kind of consolidate some of that information that I am collecting from GIS, from public input, from our own inspections, things like that. And just consolidate that information into a project charter for upcoming streets. It's not something I've had time to tackle yet. But I think going forward, we're gonna have a good database of valuable information that will be easy for me to update a project charter for future streets. So if something's getting pushed, if something's getting reprioritized, there's going to be good notes in that project charter of why. And again, that will be accessible to anyone who wants to see it.
And I think part of that is, as you recall, we have a street allowance out from year 4 on, I think $1.5 million a year, because pending kind of that and that further analysis of the data to come up with what are really the priorities? Where does the underground trump surface? Over time, we should move towards being able to populate out a few more identified streets because you'll have the data to know. And I think I look forward to that day because I think it helps council, it helps us working on it.
Yeah, and council's made investments in the last couple of years to get the video of our underground. So we've got some really good data that's in the analysis phase now. And we did have some changeover in staff, but we're getting through it. And so that will be a really helpful tool, and that investment's going to really pay off in spades as we go forward and have that information.
Good on that so far? Well, and that speaks to the importance of the GIS and getting tablets and getting stuff,
Sorry, as an interactive communication tool that we can put maybe on Wolfville Blooms or somebody can go on and, just click links that show all of that. I think visuals are just so important.
That's the database and the dashboards that Trevor's working on.
Trevor's
So,
work is really.
some of them are already up there, parking, there's some
Yeah.
dashboards there. Harborside is now moved out to year 2. It's not paired with Fairfield. It didn't have a pairing. I think it was just 2 sections that a year ago engineering thought needed to be done. There's a dollar amount. Now Alex has gone through in some detail. So that Harborside is out in year 2 at $500,000. Fairfield, I think it's fair to say that's a Class C estimate.
Yeah.
Harborside, not. there's work to be done on that number and what the specifications are, and that ties into AT and everything that we're working on. East End Culvert, that's another one, that's new. That wasn't there before, but there's an infrastructure need that was addressed or identified. Wastewater treatment center, don't let the price worry us too much at this stage. That cost has been increased to 6 million, which matches kind of the scope of work that was part of the application that council said, yep, let's go for the infrastructure grant. So right now, funding wise, that hasn't negatively impacted us because we put the cost at 6 and we have the assumption that if we're successful on the grant application, we'll get, I think it's like 4.4 million. If we're not successful, then we have to come back and revisit how that plays out. But funding scenario wise, that hasn't played havoc yet. It'll come down to whether or not we get confirmation that we're successful. But that's a big one, obviously.
Question, I think this is street infrastructure, but it may be a later slide, and I was thinking of Harborside. Do we have any street lights? And if we were putting street lights in at the 4-way, would that be the appropriate time to do it when Harborside was being?
I wouldn't be able to answer that now, and I'm not even sure, Alec. I think that's something we'll have to
Okay.
bring back better information or more information.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if if lights like that are part of street lights or part of something else.
Yeah.
The East End Main Culvert, which is new, when do you see work on that beginning?
That would be in year 1. So next summer.
Next summer of 23.
Yes, because this is effectively year 1. When I say year 1, that's next construction season.
So on that one, I don't actually know what that is. And Harborside, even though it's in there, there's no project charters on those either, which is okay if they're out further. I just don't know what exactly what they
Yeah.
are.
Though, and I said this, we don't have all the charters ready.
No.
We gave you the charters
okay.
and there'll be charters for those because they are in year 1, because that's part of what we're
Yeah,
gonna have.
so can we have a synopsis? Harborside move, so Harborside meaning active transportation, the road, the underwater, and the culvert at the east end, main culvert.
Yeah, and we're gonna walk through, we're just
Okay,
flagging some of the
just
new ones from
highlighting.
what you would have
Yeah.
seen in this current year's budget. So yeah, when we walk through it line by line, yeah, definitely, because that is a new one.
Wastewater, we just did. Community infrastructure, this is new and it's arisen through safety concerns. The tennis court is deteriorating in a way that I don't think we expected, because for those that have been around, it was only done 4 years ago, I think. So it's in there right now. I think we have to work around on a charter and develop a little more information on that, but that I needed to highlight that because it wasn't in last year's. So that's a new number there coming out of a safety concern. So more information to come on that. This is just to draw your attention to the things that are changing. Obviously, some of them we have more information. Content changes, the library, the concept design, we moved. In our current year, we've got $50,000, but as that project there's been a decision on that. Some dollars have been bumped into next year because we're not spending them at this stage. So that's an allowance to just allow some of that next phase as we move forward on that building. We mentioned earlier, the VIC is now in year 1 next year. It was in this year, but we're not at the stage, obviously, that we're constructing. And I think there's further information to come to council on that. Rec center upgrades, much smaller amount, but worth identifying. It wasn't there. More details need to be fleshed out on it. $15,000 to make some improvements there. I'm not sure that those won't be operational once I have a better handle on what they are, but yet another change. Fire equipment, we've been setting aside some dollars over the last 4 or 5 years. Breathing apparatus equipment. We had in the budget around $200,000 total. That is another one of those. Todd's got the most recent price and it's a shade under $393,000. It's a must-have, clearly. And it's a cost. It's inflation on fire equipment is clearly not within the 7% basket of goods. Wayfinding has just been moved forward to next year because right now it's in the current year budget. Those that are on the audit committee, I think we've talked about a number of the projects that look like they're going to fall into next year. So wayfinding right now, I think we need to work out whether the kiosks can happen this year. That was electronic kiosk, but I'm putting it in next year just to allow for that to happen if we need it. Flood risk mitigation, similar, taking some dollars in the current year budget that don't look like they're being used and simply moving them forward. Design work around the sewer treatment phase 2 that was in the current year, moving forward into next year. The events lawn has moved forward, although we need to come back with more information as the budget process goes along, is depending on the timing of the 292 construction, that lawn may be the staging area for that construction. So it may need to go another year out because there's no sense in trying to finish the lawn and then have it used as the construction staging area. So more information to come on that. Reservoir Park, the washrooms, the pond shading that were in the current year, again, hasn't occurred. They're in this draft, moved forward to next year. And we've said this before, as projects go forward and they haven't started, that you may have discussions on what you want on that. This is just highlighting the changes. Accessibility at Clock Park and Rec Center. I think the Rec Center might happen this year. I'm not, it has a possibility, but I've moved it forward into year 1 next year. We have grants for that, but that's just to identify they may fall into next year. And then we have the Nature Trust, which is largely from a generous donation, and we have to work out details on the Nature Trust. But again, bumped to next year because we haven't started. So all that to put into one of my pictures, graphs. What's that look like in terms of reserves? So we've made those changes. We've got cost increases. The town hall library's in there, like I'll say $8 million, give or take. What's that all mean right now? This is what our reserve outlook looks like. We're almost balanced. What worries me is it used to be we were trying to get the shortfall pushed out to year 10. By year 10, we're already starting to build. The green is the capital reserves. We're already starting to build them back up based on the assumptions that are in there now. The issue is just out a couple of years, we're short in the fiscal year ending 2026, but we recover the next year. Problem is we can't overdraw our reserves. So somewhere in there, we have to work on maybe some project moves that just, if some projects in those years moved out 2 years, it would resolve that if they're reserve based. So there's an answer in there yet, but we don't know what that is yet because we're fairly early on this, but we're close. We're not quite there.
I just had a question from the back slide there. When we push projects into another year and you say that there's grants to cover this, so we're not actually maybe taking money out, how is it because there's supply chain issues or there's manpower issues or?
We've said this,
Because that seems like a little bit frustrating as far as, you know, it's not actually coming out of our budget, somebody else is doing it. So how far are they getting pushed, you know?
well, and we've talked about this at audit committee, I guess, is feels like the conversation we've had.
Okay, well, I wasn't there, so.
So it's a good question. I don't want to give a blanket answer because each project could be a little different as to why it isn't done this year. All I'm trying to do right now in terms of presenting a draft budget for next year is recognize if it didn't get done this year, at least until council decides they don't want to do it, it'll fall into next year's budget. Doesn't mean you're going to do it next year because you haven't approved that budget yet. And that's why I say we're at the draft stage. So, you know, if the town hall library moved into next year and you decided you didn't want to do it, you haven't made, so same thing with these is there's still a decision point around them because it's council's budget. There's the added factor of will the grants move forward with it? Because if the grant doesn't move forward, it goes from something that might be 100% covered on some of these smaller ones to something we have to find the dollars. So, well, that's in what we do is we reach out to them. Can you confirm a COA? If this project moves into next year, do we still have the funding? So far, we've been told yes. The more significant one of those is the VIC. That has 1/3 funding attached to it. So far, we understand that we'll move forward with that. So it's an example of those that they're moving forward, the grant moves with them. That confirmation is either already made or we've done the reach out to confirm it. And we'll bring those details back. If we hear a COA won't go forward, we'll clearly come back and say the funding assumption there cuts that out. Now we need $200,000 more from reserves, that sort of thing. So each project's got its own story, and I just wouldn't want to say it's a blanket because of this. I get the frustration though.
And just to build on, at audit, we did have a fulsome discussion, I'd say, I think on this. And when you look at all the things that don't get done, I guess, when we look at these carry forwards, and there's like, I think wayfinding has been on a carry forward for, yeah, I was gonna say 5 years at least. Excuse me. And then it becomes, if we're looking at 7% inflation and we're not doing the projects we say we're doing. I don't want to collect taxes for the sake of collecting taxes. We want to collect taxes, to use them, pay for the things we want to do, or say we're collecting that and going to put it in the reserves for the downfall, which is not for anymore. Or, you know, at least having that understanding of what we're collecting for and what we're using it for. Because on here too, there's one of the things I noticed, pickleball wasn't on there.
No, then there's more, just got, I'll explain where.
Because we
and how
said we
that
would, and
happened.
then we didn't. So I know, I didn't want to get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we're not missing anything that,
Yep.
even that first kick if they can.
And all fair comments and frustration understood. That's part of the process we're working through on this one. And I think I'll reiterate, and again, this is partly audit. What I will say about, so the report that comes from audit committee to committee of the whole has a lot of this information in it. And I just would encourage everybody on council to go through that when it does come to committee of the whole, because I do think out of that group, there's some good comments. So some of this is not necessarily new, but it may be new because we haven't talked about it in this form. We just have to work at, I think we've made the commitment, or I have a slide later, and I'm not sure where it is in the slide deck, is year one projects in the CIP. The commitment from the senior management based on feedback from council and audit committee is they should have a quality level of estimate. So let's say a class C estimate, the street. We should know what they are. They shouldn't be concepts and approved as a year one project. They need to be fleshed out, and that goes back to the project charters. If we don't have a project charter to you by, say, February on something, ask the question, are you ready to do it? And if we're not, it should be year two, or it shouldn't be. One of those dynamics. So the commitment is, as we go through the process, if it's in year one, we have to be able to bring you back what that is, not just a title and a dollar. Is that a fair way to put it? Because I think that addresses a lot of what we just talked about, is some of the year one projects weren't quite projects yet. There were dollars attached to an idea, so we need to get there. Is that okay? It's not helpful, but I guess, is it okay for now? Okay. So back here, we're close to funded, and there's some reasons we're close to funded, and it alludes back to my 30-year debt comment earlier in the day. So most recent year finished, the year we're about to do, and then we get into the budget. The red bar is the operating reserves, which we tap periodically to help with capital projects. We're allowed to do that, strategic. The capital reserves, the red, or sorry, the green, I got backwards. The green, we fully tap that out and it builds back over time. And this is the one I've mentioned each budget year is our indicators, we look green, we're solid. We're, you know, you go look at other indicators. This one around reserves, we're not going to be red or green forever. We're going to go, well, we'll have a poor indicator, but it's intentional. Don't save for a house and never buy it. Because why do you have the dollars in the bank? So the reason we have capital reserves is to do capital projects, use it. Operating reserves are different. They're your rainy day fund. You need that rainy day fund in case something happens somewhere down the road. Capital, if you're not using the dollars, why are you taking them from the taxpayers, is the way I would phrase it. So we intentionally use that over time, and it's that balancing act between reserves and debt. And inevitably, there'll be a gap where we don't have as much capital to do. You replace a town hall, a library, and a fire hall in a couple of years, you're not doing that for another, hopefully 40, 50 years. That funding pressure, so we'll hit ebbs and flows over time, over the long term, where reserves are built back up naturally. And then you can spend them again when they're needed. So it's expect that to ebb and flow like that, and it is intentional. Does that make sense? There's some places that they just build the reserves because it gives them a good indicator. That's the poor way to use indicators. This is the outlook in terms of, so the previous one was reserves. Just trying to keep track of time here. So this is the one that deals with debt over time. Again, the blue line is our total debt repayment each year. So our fiscal year that we're in, heading out into the future. That's our actual debt repayment based on the funding assumptions built into the 10-year plan. The red line is that red indicator through the provinces tracking 15% debt ratio. You go above that, people start to say, okay, what's your plan? So ideally, we never get to 15%. The green is our funding assumption, the 6% annual growth that we've mentioned earlier. So currently, so we got a sticky point in the middle in reserves that we have to resolve. And if you look out a little further, we've got a sticky point around interest and debt repayment because we crossed the 15%. So I don't quite have 10 years fully funded in a way that I can say I'm comfortable, but they're marginal. And I think there's ways around this. I see a light come on.
But just, am I right in making the assumption that the figures that you're using for this is based on a current population tax?
This is
option?
based on, so the debt ratio, you actually see it go up. So it's based on our current own source revenue that they measure with a 3% growth factor in the revenue. So obviously somewhere in there. in
So
terms
if
of
we
asse-
had growth more than 3%, then this would look better. Am I
assessment growth,
assessment growth?
Yes.
That would be better for this.
depends on how that translates into tax rates, but yes,
Okay.
in theory, yes. And this is the thing about long-term planning. I could change that to say it's a 5% growth factor. And then I'd say, hey, look, we're balanced. I just don't think you don't build good financial planning by going optimistic on your long-term projections, because if it doesn't pan out, you don't have the money. But yes, absolutely, you can. Yep. So does that make sense? So we got a little sticky point on reserves and a little sticky point on debt. I do think it's workable. I just haven't worked the scenarios out yet. So here's some of the background that fed into those two graphs. We've already talked about interest rate assumptions and where they were, the 2.75 and 3.5 and where they are now. So those debt graphs assume 4.5% right now for any of the debt that's in that 10-year. Previously, we used to do 15 years for terms for everything. It was just an easier way to do it. Now with the buildings, it doesn't, I think I showed it at one of the management meetings. What does the funding scenario look like under 15-year debt repayment and the interest rates? And it just basically blew up. It didn't look good. So it's not unreasonable now that we know we've got buildings. Buildings last more than 15 years. They last more than 20 years, we hope. Municipalities are allowed to borrow up to the lifespan of an asset. Our actual capital funding policy speaks to doing it less than that. We don't ever want to borrow if it's a bus, if we were buying buses, but King's Transit. If you're buying a bus and it has a 10-year lifespan, you don't want a 10-year loan on that. Because if it doesn't last 10 years, then you got to buy the next bus before you've paid off the old debt. So that sort of thought. Bottom line is, though, I think we're now in the pocket because of where our finances are at. This funding model now takes a street like Highland or Fairfield in the future and breaks it out. And the debt model, so I've had a debt model that would have a simplistic assumption on that project, and it actually breaks it out a little bit of what you were wanting for a different purpose, which is what's the street component, what's the sanitary, what's the sidewalk, what's the water, and water and sanitary pipes underground, 50 to 80 years sort of thing. So we might as well borrow for 30 years if we can on those, not 15. Nice if we could pay them off in 15, but you don't have to pay them off in 15. If you go to 30 years, Now you've stretched it out, but you're still half the lifespan. That's not a bad place to be, because in the second half, you've got room to build up reserves for replacement or pay the extra maintenance till it gets to end of life. So going to 30 years has benefits. Obviously, you pay a little bit more total interest because it's a longer term. The town hall, library, fire hall buildings, those are now stretched. They have a 30-year assumption on debt repayment. But I think it's a practical way to do it. And if council's in agreement, it doesn't stretch us. I wouldn't say do the new building at 40 years, because then you're starting to get into, we can all say a building lasts more than 40 years. But where's the library been in the last 40 years? I think it's more than one place. And many, so that sort of concept is the building might last longer than that, but is it still that building? So 30 years, if we're spending, say, $8 million on a new civic complex, I think the commitment would be you're going to get 30 years out of it plus. So those were the big assumptions that kind of had to change to make those things work. If we didn't have the 30-year debt and we stuck with 15, that blue line actually went past our funding, not just past 15%. Make sense? Couple other slides, and this will get us close to lunch, I think. In terms of funding sources, so we've talked about debt, a little bit more detail on the reserves. So we have capital reserves. We talked about this last year. They can be used for both hard and soft costs around capital projects, as in the actual pavement, the pipes, and the design. The design is what I'd be calling softer costs. And they can come from unrestricted capital reserves, which is the pocket that we work with. They can also, capital reserves come from gas tax reserves, which we get from the feds annually. Open space reserves, which come from development and the requirements through the planning department as developments come on stream. There's dollars paid towards that. And we utilize those in the 10-year plan to pay for appropriate, if it's open space, it goes to open space sort of thing. And the fire department reserves, we work, 50-cent dollars again, the county and us get set aside for future replacement of assets. For my 12 years here, we've pretty much been able to push that through on reserves. That ladder truck, now over 2 million, is out here in whatever year it is, 5 or 4. It will require a borrowing. There's just no way to, it won't, you'd have to increase the transfer to reserve so big it's not manageable. It has a lifespan that you can still borrow, but that's the conversation to have with the county. So I make the note that the gas tax, the open, and the fire are essentially tapped out continually, and are unrestricted. You're starting to see we will tap that out. So those are just some basic concepts in there. And then the secondary source, operating reserves, we use those. They can be used for capital, but we try to use them for the softer costs, because if you do some design work on a street and you don't do the street, hard to capitalize a consultant's time designing something that's not built. And that may sound like, why would you ever do that? You go back over the audited statements for the last couple of years, probably 4 or 5 years ago. It hasn't happened recently. We've written off 6 digits worth of design fees. So much of my stuff is boring when I bring it to you, but it has info in there. It's those things we highlight in those reports. We want to avoid doing that, because that's $150,000 or $200,000 that we would still have. And if it didn't go to something, some of that goes back a decade to perhaps a misconceived approach to the capital budgeting that he who shall not be named, that I reported to, helped. We just went down a rabbit hole that we shouldn't have from at the time we talked about it, but it's a decade old, so I'll leave it. We put all our capital projects in year 1 and paid design fees to try and get grants. That's not a good approach. And we didn't get the grants, but we paid the design fees for streets that still aren't done, but they don't fit in the priorities. So we need to be prudent how we do things. Funding sources, other. And these are questions that come from council, and good questions is, what other funding sources do we have? Whenever possible, we build them in. The wastewater treatment plant I mentioned a couple minutes ago, I've got an assumed, I think it's $4 million of grant fund that would apply to the 6. That's significant. If we don't get it, that's more significant. Trade-in vehicles or trade-in value on vehicles, we build that into help fund. Any other grants that we can get our hands on is built into the scenarios. Kings County cost sharing is built into the scenarios. Fundraising, and this will be one that'll be interesting to see develop. The library portion of the town hall library has an assumed fundraising goal, and that was based on feedback from the library group. As those things play out, do they actually happen? Are they achievable? The library is an interesting one too, because the county in theory would cost share on that because there's people from outside the town. I think those are conversations that council and the CAO will likely want to start, because what does the county want to contribute to whatever the library is? Kenful went through a process and, would have to check to see how that went out and how happy everybody is with that, but that turned into more of an operating grant, not a capital grant sort of situation. So those sorts of assumptions will become important. This slide was just a reminder, and Aaron asked me a question on the break about it, is when I mentioned earlier about that 6% annual growth, and I'll just go back a couple slides. The green line, that's how much our funding is growing. When it relates to debt, that green line's the same as this bar chart, which is, we've started this, you see how quickly this goes up. That's 6% every year. So that's not $115,000 this year and then level off. That's 115 this year, 118 next year, because the 6% is on a bigger number, and that's your growth. That's the commitment that we've made to fund the 10 years. So that kind of helps explain that's substantial but important, because if we don't have that, we have to go back and we're big shortfall. That makes sense? So here's the commitment I mentioned earlier. Year 1 projects. Our commitment is to have them ready to go to tender by the time the budget's approved. So that answers some of the other questions. If we're going to be there, we have to have a little bit more information before we get there. So we're working towards that. I'm not sure we'll be 100% this year, but that's what we're striving to bring to council. Fairfield, I used it as an example. We have a Class C estimate already. I think that's the first time since I've been here. I know we have a Class C estimate in the November meeting. So that's a good start. Even Highland last year, we were earlier, but we weren't Class C at this stage. So that's the movement towards that. I think that might be, oh, look at that. Barring questions, lunch break, I'm 10 minutes early unless there's questions or comments.
We are going to have a very brief in camera just before we break for lunch. So if there are questions, but don't all run away.
Okay.
I just have, what about things that are not in the capital budget, like pickleball, like things that we anticipate in the 10 years, like streetlights? Where does that discussion happen?
We'll see that as we get into the detailed CIP.
Okay.
So there's a logic of why you don't see pickleball. I think I mentioned it in
Yeah, I
the
just
info
picked-
report, but we'll
I
revisit
just
that.
picked that one, but there are a few other things and some things that, one other thing that I anticipate we'll have better information on in a few weeks that might, I just wondered, where are we in terms of the process if there are other things that need to get added in the 10 years, not in the first year necessarily, but in the 10
Well, I think that'll be this afternoon's discussion, and when we
okay.
get into that open
enough.
discussion of what's council think isn't there, is
Okay.
there, all
Thank you.
that.
All right, that's good.
Question?
Jody?
So you said that if you went back one, the commitment is to get those project charters in our hands, so we know. So will most of those come when we look at this again in January? Is the strive to have those
That's the goal.
ready to go? So then we'll be able to set a tax rate with a better, so a more solid information base, I guess is what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say.
And we wanted you to see the work in progress. So you have some charters now, but where we start early, like we're bringing it
Yeah.
up to you as we develop it. So what you have is not even close to being completed, but we thought it's better that you see it and then it'll get better in January. And there may be some tweaks even going into February, but the bulk of it will be January's meeting.
Ideally, a year from now. all the charters are part of what we're talking.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And do most people use 15 or 30 years debt? Because I see, I mean, sometimes debt is good. And even though you pay a little more interest, I kind of see it as an equity thing. So if the life of this asset is 30 years, if I move away in 10 or whatever, I paid my portion, not necessarily the portion of the person who's going to move into my house afterwards. So it's an equitable thing, I think, over the lifespan of your tenure of people living here and leaving and coming or going. Like, does that make sense?
Absolutely, because we've referenced this in the past. There was a time where there was an effort here to be debt-free by 23 and pay as you go.
I remember that.
It had its own financial
Whoops, we did not
hiccups.
do that.
It had its own financial hiccups.
Yeah.
And limitations, but it also speaks to the equity, which is, should a taxpayer today pay 100% of something that's not going to happen for 80 years? And that's why, like Sterling Avenue, we're not saying let's put that whole future replacement away now, it's over time. So that hopefully spreads the costs across the population that will be using the assets. Does that make sense?
Okay, if those are the questions, and before I'd like a motion to go in camera. Thank you, Councillor Butler and Councillor Ingham, and all in favor? Aye. So we are in camera. Welcome back, everybody. We're back for the second half of our budget day, and I'll pass it over to Director McLean again.
Okay, this afternoon will be slightly different than this morning. You had to listen to me probably a long period of that time. There was some 34 slides. This afternoon is a total of 5 slides. So it's much more discussion. Part of it where we're going to go now is jump into the actual 10-year CIP capital investment plan to just kind of walk through it. We do this through management too. It's helpful to start to look at it in terms of the years and everything in one place. So let me just get this set up. Now, when I say that we're sharing this document, be aware that this is a working document. So what was included in the package was kind of a condensed, cleaned up version printed for the purposes of the information package. As we open up categories here, there are a lot of lines in this that are, part of previous projects, or so we'll try to zero in on the information that's relevant for us this year. And then we'll work on improving on how this functions for the meetings. So as you may recall, this morning, we talked about, and I'll just go out to year 10. Right now, we've got almost $51 million worth of projects identified over 10 years. As you can see, as staff, we're in the working document, we're trying to populate that out past that, because that ultimately your asset management plan lives a lot longer than 10 years. We'll walk through this a little bit in terms of sections. So we'll deal one section at a time, although there may be things that connect back and forth. Information technology at some point may not even be a section in the capital budget. Years ago, a lot of dollars went into hard infrastructure, and so much of it is not that anymore, although we still need to upgrade our servers. So it sits there, but we don't spend a lot of time on that $15,000, $20,000 over 10 years. Municipal buildings is the first place for us to go, and some of this should look familiar from discussions this morning. First one is the one line that we're now calling the Civic Complex, Town Hall and Library. And just draw your attention to that is now out there at $8.5 million in terms of the build, with some $400,000 of pre-design and working towards that. So about $8.8 million right now. Almost $8.9 million related to the Town Hall Library. So that's a much bigger number than what we've had in the past. And that fed a lot into that. How can we do that in the 30-year funding? I'm not sure if, as we're going through this, I just want to pause each time. Is there thoughts or discussion from council in each of these pockets? Because they are fairly substantial. We do have one small item. I'll open this up a bit. So we have the new Town Hall Library. That $50,000, I mentioned it this morning in year one to just kind of help us get to that next spot where we can get the design work done. Whether the 400,000 happens in year 3 or year 2 and 3, I think that can be fluid. It's the overall project there. We're proposing for year 1, and this wouldn't have been in the budget before, is we have a placeholder there for some perhaps some heat pump units that might work with this chambers at least to create better airflow and a little bit more of a environment that we can all work in, both health-wise airflow and just not be 98 degrees or open the windows and be 5 degrees. So that's in there for now. I don't think that would cause anybody great concern at this stage. Would the rest of us in the building, we'd probably all like one of those in our office, but this is, do you spend that sort of money for a building you're going to replace, and that doesn't make sense. But for this, the public gathering place, council does business, it makes some sense for us to put some dollars in.
And we can take it with us with the new building, so.
I forgot that part of it.
You probably have cubicles all down here. Everybody would be working in here.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
Is there a correlating, so in year 4, I'm just trying to get my bearings on the length of this one. So we go, that is simply the building. Is it net? Okay, so is it simply the building? It has nothing to do with our discussions on
Grants.
traffic,
Oh,
anything else? And then the second part was, does that have grants or the fundraising in it? Or is that the total amount?
this is essentially the building. It doesn't tie into the street changes in street infrastructure. It would certainly at some point include the parking lot and the surrounding, what's on the building lot would be the best way to say it. The street infrastructure, the lights, whatever that turns out to be, those would be new projects or part of projects that are already in the budget.
Okay, I guess I don't see those on the street side, so I see 1 million Victoria, Main to King. In year 4, so. I guess there's future on 5 and 6 and 7, 8 and 9, but that's worrisome if we're not going, the discussion was. Make sure we do some of this work ahead of time as well to make sure we alleviate we don't create the issues before we build, so, but there's nothing in the forefront to look at that when I look at the streets.
And that would be the sort of work I think that needs to be a little bit of digging by Alex, probably Devin's involved in that as to what sort of changes might be needed now that we know this building's here. Don't have anything in there yet because I don't have any details.
Okay,
What I would say is there's a reference in, I think it's the traffic safety mobility, around doing a little bit of work next year, year 1, looking at whether we do streetlights. So the streetlights might fall into year 2. I don't have them there yet because
okay,
that's this document kind of lives every day.
yeah,
As I was typing this report, our brain trust back here had already started to add projects. I just sometimes needed to stop to do funding scenarios long enough to see where we're at. So some of that is even in the process now.
okay,
And I think by the time we get here in January, there should be a little bit more detail. I think active transportation elements that are in the budget will become part of the solution. If we're successful with the grant around active transportation, those elements will be that much more augmented in terms of what's being done along the main street, because that's part of the active transportation proposal.
okay, yeah, because there is 500,000 in AT, but nothing on the street side, so
Yeah.
again, wasn't sure exactly
Yeah.
where that. All came down in the line.
I feel like that almost 8.5 million is very low, so I have made the assumption it was net of any grants. I'm assuming that the design and whatever is in the 425,000 will confirm the building structure and its fitments and its actual cost, but it does seem low to me.
The cost came from the report that Devin had brought to committee of the whole, I
Yeah.
forget, 2 weeks ago.
But I
So-
still think it seems low. That's my sense of seeing other ones.
Yeah, and I guess at this stage, it's based on that construction guide, this cost per square foot. So it's got the 18,000 square feet in total, part of which is at 450 and the other at 320 with a 20% contingency thrown on top of that. So it may be that evolves into a 10 million, 12 million.
Well, I'm just thinking that I now hear the figure for the building across the Legion building is now 2.1 million and considerably smaller building than we're talking about. So
Yeah, I guess at this stage, until we have some more data on it, we quite often talk about having the kind of the data, the square foot to refine that. That number by the time we sit here next year could be 12 million. At some point, council is going to run into that dollar amount's going to bump into what can be afforded.
Yeah, and just remind me and council what we had in this current year budget for library and town hall, because you did bump it up. We had, I think, a combined, I want to say 6 million maybe. So we're trying to inch it up. So I think as we go forward in the next couple of years and have some different.
It was
numbers,
$5.6 million
That's what it was. Yeah.
a year ago, and probably 3 years ago, it was based on some other areas, it was down in the $3 million range.
and I guess I've always assumed that was net of grants, so it didn't surprise
Nothing on
me.
the face of the CIP is ever net of grants, because council is, you're authorizing a spending level. So this document, the CIP, is the gross cost of the project. The funding model is, I won't go into all, each of these tabs is the funding scenarios for each of those years. So what you see is what you're authorizing staff to spend to buy the truck, build the building, et cetera.
So this would be the place we say, let's make sure that is right when we come back in January. Let's look at whatever AT, micro transit, or streets that need to go in that same line, either on year 3 or 4, if we're looking at year 4 for a build.
What I would say for something that's out in year 4 of this magnitude, and I'm gonna look back for either I'm off base or somewhere near, is that number's gonna change over the next couple of years. I don't know what it's gonna be at this stage. We don't know the design of the building, the square foot of the building, what services might, be. So I think we could change it to something else right now, but I'm not sure we have enough to do that. I kind of look back to say, any thoughts on that? I mean, we could make it 12 million right now, but
I'm good with that. I thanks for clarifying. I did always think that something like that was net of grants. So it would be good to see something, an anticipated grants. We can't do that with this right now, but that would be good to know. And as we go forward, we'll get, class C, class B, and that will be better. But I just, so often we put figures in for a big build like that, and then we're way off, and it just happens so often that.
well,
We should be
and I
aware.
would,
Yep.
bear with me. I would say it doesn't happen that often. It has happened a couple of times here. We did this before.
Wasn't talking about us.
Okay.
I was saying in my work experience, I have seen
Fair
this
enough.
happen often across the country, so.
And it is one that we have to keep an eye on, because construction costs are escalating in a way that it would be difficult to even refine that with any kind of certainty.
Be clear, I was not talking about the town.
And just to add to your other points, then I think that we would flush those all also in the charter of how everything links together and what comes first, and the traffic piece specifically that's referenced in the other charter that we've included would get added. It's not in there right now. Before, that one would be done before January.
Yeah.
I just don't want to lose sight of them, and this is the time we need to say that. So sometimes we get to the end and go, what did we talk about? So I just want to make sure I have it out there, because by the end I may have forgotten too. So.
Could I
lot
jump
of
to one of the funding pages? I don't usually do that here because it's a lot of the kind of back office minutia. But on this one, funding, how are we paying for that? The $8.5 million. So 26, 27 would be the year. And bear with us, this has more. So here's where we're starting to break debt out into its components, 15, 20, 25, 30. That was a new thing to add last week, which was fun. So there's that year happens to be the library building. Right now, that's the likely debt, but that's assuming I have $1.5 million, and if you can see the formula, it plays around a bit. There has been comments that the Friends of the Library can raise $1 million. And there's $1 million in there. County, will they come up with, I've just put a $500,000 figure for now as a placeholder. It's not meant to mean anything other than they'll cost share. We don't get the 1.5 million, the debt goes up. If we get 6 million, that sort of thing. That makes sense? So that's our town hall complex. We're moving forward on that, so that's good that we can get some certainty. I just want to jump down to the fire hall because it ties into this complex now because it's directly to our right. It is currently scheduled for year 3 in what would this be, 2025, 26. So we are getting to that point where these projects are near enough and are of a magnitude. We need to get things moving and hopefully over the coming months, we'll solidify things, both the fire hall and the library town hall, because there's a lot of work to go into those in advance. So that was part of the discussion even the other night about where are we locating things at some point to get to an $8.5 million project in year 4, you need to start working towards it now. The other key change, and we mentioned this earlier, was in the Public Works Community Development Building. There is now a phase 2 renos and a phase 3, and I forget, was that one of the project charters? I think it is. So there is a project charter there with some rough details, but that's dollars we didn't originally have noted. But that building is old and has a significant amount of deferred maintenance that needs to be addressed to make sure that, I think the way Alex phrased it in the project charter was to make it the building it needs to be in its second half of its full life. And that's, so work there. The storage shed is now out in year 3. We'll have to see, that's a tough one because if we could get to it sooner, it would be good, but there's how we using the yard down there, will the landfill or the compost site end up down there? There's some other decisions that have to be made, but that kind of gives you an idea of what's proposed down in that building. The Welcome Center, we put it as Welcome Center because I think that's how we were wanting to.
Can I ask a question on that one though? So when we look at that, we're doing phase 1 of the Public Works building, which is the
Currently.
that we already approved, the 600,000. And then the 292 is out into the next one. And then the Public Works Park Shed is 300,000. So that's the whole yard down there. And how does that play together with a new town hall and library? Because wouldn't some of our staff come back up here? I forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Alex can walk through so what we're doing now is basically replacing what was flooded and a little bit of improvement on the main floor. And then the second phase is improving the shop area, which will still be in place even with the new town hall library, and moving the wood shop, like those pieces are part of phase 2. And then phase 3 is the exterior of the building. If you think of it that way, I'm really bringing it down to general terms. Alex is all the
Do we
specifics.
want to jump to the charters
but-
as we hit these, or do you want to do the charters out? Because I'm just thinking the questions and what you're saying, do we jump to the charter now on this?
Yeah, what would,
It doesn't matter to me, I guess. I was just trying to get clarity on those and then how does that tie in? So what's there now will be
still,
essentially new and used for whatever function that it's, but staff are all staying there or coming back up.
so
That will
the,
depend on the design that we do here too. So I'm just trying to put them together.
so the current phase right now that's working basically on the offices upstairs with a bit of downstairs. At some point, some of our outdoor workers, so to speak, may actually move up to those offices once the staff that are there now, so Devin Shop and Alex, come into a new town hall. So those offices will get used in a different form, or it could be used for a different purpose as we expand. The intention is to bring over like Alex's shop and Devin Shop and Kelton Shop to the town hall, but you'll still have your outdoor workers working out of that facility. So phase 2 will improve that shop space, which will still be there to service our vehicles. And then phase 3 is the exterior. So the painting, the siding, so the building will still be there. So it's to improve that. And then we've got the storage shed out in year 3. That's where we're looking at the yard. So we know that we have to do something with that shed. I think some of the counselors can remember from the tour that it needs a little bit of work, but we're trying to also think longer term, as Mike said, like if the compost site does move down there and what else we might have to consider. So none of the suggested improvements will have really an impact on the town hall library because we will still be using that as our public works facility for the outdoor workers. Alex, if
I
you
think
want.
the concern could be it's sunk costs. We're doing all that dollars now and then people move to the new facility. I would just equate it to everybody used to be up on this lot and the town grew to a point where you needed a separate building and some space. By the time we get everybody moved up, so if we're doing the new town hall library year 4, in 5 years, when everybody moves up here, we're already bursting at the seams down there, but your public works and your park staff will be incrementally bigger, just there's more trails that we have a new manager position. There'll be a need for the space. So I don't think that you're gonna find that you've just created office space that will be empty. It will allow what's not great office space on the first floor to move to the second floor, and the first floor could even become more of a for the outside workers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just adding them up. So for staff space, I mean, we're gonna have a library too. $10.149 million. Because you're gonna look at parks, public works, 6, 292, 300, 425, 50, and 8.472.
Well, the eight
Over
point
$10
four
million.
seven two includes a significant portion
There's
of the
no-
library.
So there's some library, so, but I said that, so, but still $10 million, over $10 million. Yeah, it's over.
Dollars to improve the public works facility, because we're looking at all of our facilities in the next couple of years, which is
Yeah.
the challenge, because we haven't done that
Yeah.
at this scale in decades. So yes, it's to improve the public works building, to extend its life for the purposes of the, the operations, public works and parks, outdoor operations, and then the new town hall, the new library. We also have the new fire hall. So you could add that to the
Yeah.
number too, as well with the facilities. And you'll see later, we've earmarked some dollars for what's currently the library, because we don't know what that will look like yet, but we recognize there might be some dollars that will need to be spent there too.
I think Alex. had-
Yeah,
he's got a light, so we have-
I don't, yeah, I was raising my hand periodically. Just wanted to add to the conversation that the renovations we're doing at the Public Works building, we're not actually adding any office space. We're in phase 2 and phase 3. The phase 1 renos that we're doing right now, we add 2 new offices in phase 1 out of convenience, basically just from having to do the flood mitigation work, the reconstruction work because of the flood. So that was the time for us to address the urgent and immediate need to get people out of electrical closets, directors that don't have permanent homes. That's solved in phase 1. Phase 2 and phase 3 are basically just completing deferred maintenance that has been tasks that have been deferred and items that have been neglected for years and years, and addresses some of the space issues we have with, as Aaron was saying, the outdoor crews, locker space, lunchroom, break room, gender neutral washrooms, things like that. We're not actually adding space that will not be used after we build our new town hall library.
If I recall the tour, you could even use an example of there's at least a couple lockers. They're not even in the locker room. They're out in the hallway because the staff has grown. There's just lack of space.
Mhm.
So it doesn't get away from the total dollars that we're told, but this is the sort of thing where we're at that point. And I think we also have to, in terms of the town hall library, part of that driving force was accessibility. We're trying to meet that mandate as well, so.
I get that it's deferred. It's just shocking to add up when you put those things together, it's $15 million and in space for us.
What do you mean space for us? Space for us?
Space for like just the staff, like just for the town entity.
And the library and the
library, yeah.
fire and the police.
Yes, the library would be some of
I
it.
still think it's low. It really doesn't strike me as a lot. This building's been here since 1940. 48, okay, so it's a little younger than I thought, but still 80 years.
I do think it's good that you brought up it all, so people sort of understand where the costs come from. And I do know moving forward that, as Alex was talking about the space down in Public Works that as our population expands, we're going to need more staff and more space. So it kind of, and so hopefully the tax base will, you know, offset some of that moving forward, right? So yeah.
And this is one of those, when we talk about difficult decisions, is this council kind of lives with this need and the dollar amount. But that dollar amount goes to what we mentioned earlier. It should then survive for, I would hope, 40 or 50 years. So that, or 80,
Yeah.
the world changes so quick. I can't imagine that a building's the same use in 80 years, but maybe it would be great if it was. I was in Kentville, actually going from audit to working for them when they did their town hall renovation in 1990. And at that time, it was a significant change. It was another building, an atrium to connect them. But there they are, still living in that space, and it was big enough to accommodate. And I think this is a big number, but it's, if we're gonna be successful as a town resource, council and staff, we need some space. So notwithstanding the library part, which has its own driver, we have 3 people in the basement office with bars on the windows, sharing this amount of space. There's just issues that long-term, the town's grown to the point we're bursting at the seams, and East End development takes off, will be a little bit bigger yet. So, yeah.
I'm not saying it's not needed. I'm just adding up the costs to say that this is what it is and how much it is. And that's, just.
It would be, I just, this is sort of an aside, but I'd be curious to find out what the cost of this building 80 years ago would represent today, in today's dollars, and what percentage of maybe that budget was. I mean, it just,
Yeah,
I think they got,
we don't have that in our records, to my belief, and, we could hunt around for that, but.
no, I just thinking in those terms, the buildings cost.
Good to move on to the next one. The Welcome Center, which the VIC, we're trying to get used to calling it the Welcome Center, because it's my understanding I think that's how we're branding it in the future. So it's moved forward to year 1 at the $600,000, and it's the one that has that 1/3 of COA money attached to it. And there's to be further information to come to this group on what that now looks like in terms of scope. So you don't have a charter on that yet, but I think that will actually be a report coming to council. The rec center, and I'm not going to go into details on some of the smaller dollars. There's some dollars to make improvements up there. I suspect that some of that's going to be operational. That might be insulation, those sorts of things. Like, it's now becoming a 4-season use, but it's more or less a 3-season building that doesn't function well in the winter. That could help just electricity in terms of the power usage for heating it. Those over a couple of years total $70,000.
Mike, I'm actually going to make this comment, not for us, because I'm sure we all know, but for anybody who might be watching and have heard us talk about the rec center.
Good point.
With the
Yep.
aquatic center, this is not that. This is the current rec center up at Rotary Park. I can just hear people listening on Facebook Live and saying, oh, that's all it's costing.
If we could get that regional rec facility. No, that's it. Thank you for that, because we should probably put Rotary Park beside that just to clarify it. Fire hall, as we all know, we've been working on this, so it's at $4 million out in year 3 with a 5% sort of design fee built into it. And that'll start to become more solid as time goes on. RCMP, we left it there. There's no dollars, but somewhere through the police review, that's got to look like something and have a space. So we'll have to see where and how that fits. What would be new to you is, now that we've picked a location for the town hall library, what we tagged is the Heritage train station. It's going to become something. It'll be used somehow. And unless you're selling it, and there's pros and cons of whether you're selling right now, it does not appear that we would sell. It would be repurposed somehow, maybe with some private in it or not. What we've done is, once everybody moves to this building, we put a placeholder in there at $500,000, which is in all cases light, to recognize the fact that you're not just going to leave the old train station vacant, I don't think, because that would become its own issue. Is that fair? That's just a concept that we'll have to get talked about and ideas over the coming years as to what that'll be and, but we wanted a placeholder in there to recognize the fact there's gonna be some money needed for that, because once the library moves out of there, it won't just get reused the way it is. Is that fair? So that's in the buildings. Now, the interesting thing is if we took the buildings, just as we kind of compare to what we used to do, and we just go out to year 5, that totals some $15.5 million. The 10-year plan all by itself for the full 10 years, a few years ago was 17 million. So that's we just happen to be in the phase where the space needs to be upgraded. Spring Garden Road, the library across the street from the old library. Obviously, there was a big decision to upgrade. Fire department, we talked a little bit this morning. So the miscellaneous equipment, the $400,000, we may need, Todd's talking about the lead time to order that. We may have to come to council before the end of the fiscal year so he can order it in time to show up next year. But it's next year that they have to have the new breathing apparatus, like they need to have that. So that's that item I mentioned earlier that had jumped in price from like a couple $100,000 to 400.
Like, what about like with all these supply chain issues and having issues with, when they need it, will they get it in time? Do you know what I'm saying? Like-
That's why,
Oh, okay.
rather than waiting till next fiscal year to order
Okay.
it, I'm saying we may have to come to.
I'm just
council.
asking, is that enough time?
Well, that's
So, yeah.
based on Todd. We'll
Okay.
pick the time that we need to get here and he'll let us know the expected. I don't think that item needs to be ordered in December, but I think it definitely will need to be ordered before the end of this fiscal year to show up next year.
Okay.
I think it's August of next summer that he needs to have it, but I may be wrong on that. Well, and yeah, I think we have to work within each pocket of the types of equipment. This is as of last week when he talked to me, so it's as recent as I can get. The trucks. There's the ladder truck and there's the pumper. And yeah, so the pumper was $900,000 and we've increased it by $500,000. The ladder truck was 1.4 million and we've increased it 550 to he doesn't have a price on that, but if a pumper went up exponentially, we want to make sure we're allowing for it. So those are significant dollars. And those carry out through the full 10 years. There's a rescue pumper in year 6. The hazmat will have to be done by year 7, another $1 million for another pumper out in year 9. We're in that phase of those are all coming due and they are expensive. That's it for fire equipment. In terms of, I'm starting to like the changes Alex made, so I can do it in bite-sized chunks now. So he's smirking back there going, ah.
If you had been here the day that Alex, because I took liberties to change Mike's spreadsheet. We were like, oh, let's. And then Mike thought he was locked out of the spreadsheet. So it was.
And apparently what we learned is if you log into OneDrive from the web and you use it, it's different than using it off the desktop. So I was trying to change things on the graph and it wasn't working. I was like, are you kidding me? Anyways, he's upped my low-level tech skills. So I'm no longer 1 out of 100. I'm about a 2.5. So this area for the Public Works and Parks, the title will expand. It's Public Works, Parks, Fleet, Equipment. That needs a little bit more work. That's where we have all the trucks, backhoes, and whatnot. And this populates out the full 10 years because if we buy a truck this year and it's on a 10-year replacement cycle, it'll show up at the end of this. So that's part of the asset management plan. What needs to happen in this section is we need to go through it in a little bit more detail to find out, are the pricing even relevant anymore? Because some vehicles for a while were taken off, although it's moderated of late. So we'll have to see the types of vehicles we're using and the number of vehicles. So that is well populated, but I think we have to do a little bit more work to ensure the numbers are what you need. Parks, equipment's the same thing, although it's not as many large trucks. It's the pickups, a couple large trucks and mowers. Water department, we now have 3 people in the water department. So we have 3 trucks there that'll have to be replaced. And one of the items that doesn't look like it'll have to carry over, we weren't sure a couple of weeks ago, this current year, we have purchase of an EV vehicle for compliance. It looks like we found something that will be functional, so there'll be a little bit of detailed information coming through Barb's office on that. Any big like that fleet one is, we should leave that, we pay for that stuff out of reserves. And it just, if we buy it, when are we replacing it? We just continue to repopulate it. That's the key on that, is getting the prices up to date. I think that speaks to the mayor's comment earlier, where we need better estimates in some areas. Some of our vehicle costs have taken off on us, not because of.
Fair point, like,
But
I
it's a
mean, if
fair
we did,
point. This is one of those
if
pockets.
we didn't adjust knowing that it's been inflated, then it'll bite us later. So we need to.
That wasn't what I was. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna open up the street section. Just bear with me because this is a working document. There's like 50 lines. Only about 5 of them are relevant. So if you see a bunch of names, you don't have to worry about it. I'll get down to the section we're dealing with. This is my spreadsheet upgraded by Alex.
Just visually.
So Fairfield, we've spoken about, and I think we'll look at the project charter, Harborside, and somewhere up there. I think it's up. Where did Victoria go? Oh, so it's been moved out a year and it's been increased in cost because, quite frankly, costs are escalating. So if we're going to completely rebuild Victoria, that's not a Class C estimate or anything yet. That's just to acknowledge that's not like an $800,000 job anymore. That will obviously be. And that's where we're saying we have to make a commitment through the operations budget to tide that surface over until year 4.
Surface and usability of the street. I said-
Well, yeah, when I say surface, I mean everything, yeah. Future street allowance, this is where we hope to, as we get a better handle on the underground and know which streets are priority, we're just putting in $1.5 million a year to cover what we know there's going to be street infrastructure. So that's to force the funding model to make sure we have the dollars. We hope maybe, certainly by next year, we'll populate out a few more streets. We're going to put the pressure on Alex to give us maybe a year 5 street, just so we can identify it, but we're not quite there yet.
This might be an Alex question, but do you remember, I think I might be the only one who on council, when we did Main Street, this part of Main Street. And at the time in the budget, we were supposed to do the center part of Main Street, and the businesses said to us, please give us a year. And then that Main Street project has just dropped. So I'm just curious as, do you remember, Mercedes remembers that? Do you remember?
There
staff
were
that-
discussions about Main Street and where and
that
when
it
it
had to
fit.
be done, and then we said, well, wait a year, and then it disappeared.
Well, yeah, I guess we'd have to go back to get the full. There was talk about the intersection, especially.
But it was that they were gonna, like, it was gonna be a whole rip up, like this part between.
I don't think that was ever fully in the 10-year plan. It
Okay.
was a discussion point of,
Okay,
there's been a number of water main breaks on that street.
Okay.
When are we going to do it? And you're right. We did hear from the business community of, if you're going to do that, certainly have a heads up on it, because that's a pretty, Spring Garden Road be a good example in the city of, you go there, you have to have a plan in place. Because there were other priorities of infrastructure that needed to be addressed, that one just got moved out past year 10. It didn't have a particular year, but it got moved.
so
out.
clearly it wasn't a big deal. It didn't need to be done imminently. That's just what I was asking.
So I've heard mixed stories on Main Street. I haven't looked at any of the detailed underground for Main Street yet. But I hear different things from different people that Main Street's in really bad shape underground and that it's not. So I haven't had the time yet to reconcile all the feedback I'm getting from other people. I will say for that small chunk of Main Street, it will probably be the most complicated section of street that we ever have to do in the town of Wolfville. The gravity sewers are very deep. There's underground electrical, underground communications. The businesses that are there, the continuity of keeping access to the businesses. The fact that it's a main highway through town, there's a lot of factors at play. And I know we're gonna have to look at this from a holistic approach to factor all those things in, and there's active transportation as well, connecting each side of the work we're planning to do for AT through that business core. So it's gonna require a lot of detailed analysis. I can't speak to where that falls on the 10-year plan because we haven't done that yet. That's all I can really add.
I remember at the time thinking it was almost imminent and then for it to disappear. I'm more curious than anything else.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it disappeared or when it disappeared, but I think that predates my time in this
Yeah,
seat.
I can't say I recall it being imminent, but
Predates Aaron's time.
yeah.
I just have a quick question, and I think I already know the answer, but so just having gone through the municipal buildings portion and seeing where location-wise things are going to be potentially constructed, it doesn't coincide with the street numbers. Like, would there not be street maintenance costs that go with the construction of the building right beside it, possibly? Like the reconstruction of a sidewalk or the reconstruction of if the street needed to be widened, moved? Does that?
I know I'm
So
start
like,
again because I'm missing it. So I
okay, so
won't even be able to.
if we're putting a new building on Main Street, would there not be a cost under the street sidewalk parking lot for Main Street of the same
I think
year?
that goes to the question earlier today.
So, yeah, like that was, so, okay, it was, I was trying to process it in my head, but I'm like, yeah, so there's, if we're doing like if the library is supposed to be constructed in year such and such, why is there no street cost to the adjoining streets? Because would those not need?
The best way I could answer that
Okay,
is the location for the town hall library was made in the last month. So all those things and the very valid points that have been raised need to be looked at, and how are they going to be worked out? And that has yet to be done. So at this stage, difficult to put that all in there because the location's only here, well, basically this week. Was it finalized? So, there's a lot of work, and I think we're all acknowledging that. There's a lot of work around now that it's here. There's a lot of steps to take place moving forward. Part of which is the comments Councilor McKay made that you earlier and that you're bringing up now. AT, how we're going to factor that in. If we get the grant, can we use that in some way that's beneficial? The comment about how Main Street, we didn't end up doing it, let's say a decade ago, more or less. It may have been beneficial because now when we get to it, AT is much more in our line of sight. Had that been done a decade ago, it may have just been built the same way it looks right now, and that may not be what it needs to be, and you would have already made a 30-year commitment to that structure. So almost an opportunity to make it what you want it to be at the time. But there's a lot of work around the intersection, and that's in that project charter a little bit of traffic safety and mobility that references the traffic here. And there's just work to be done. I think all things around this building.
I think that's really fair, and certainly not a judgment call, just I think a placeholder of a little more money and when we're putting in the library would be helpful, because I think we're gonna need more than, not just for the building, but for everything else that goes around it. So it's just
yeah, I think that's where I was getting.
just a placeholder, not necessarily anything with detail, just.
Similar to what we did with the train station, so to speak. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, through streets. Oh, I don't see any lights, so I'll assume that was, our east end culvert is there at 375. We've kept some engineering dollars in here.
Maybe just Alex could speak to that because there was a question earlier about what that was.
I just didn't see a light come on, so.
And I didn't know what Harborside meant either.
I think,
Like it was
yeah,
just a,
that's that gray matter that we mentioned earlier. There's work to be done on what that means.
So I'll talk about the East Main cross culvert first. There's a pair of culverts at right near the intersection of Main and Maple that carry quite a large drainage area, storm drainage area from up the hill. Those two culverts, one is much older than the other. The second one appears to have been added next to it as a Band-Aid solution because the first one was probably over capacity. The original culvert is a concrete culvert, quite old, no bottom on it. The second one is just a regular corrugated metal culvert. The corrugated metal culvert, which was probably added after the fact, has failed. It's rusted out. There's no bottom left in it. The top is bowing down. It's got holes in it. The way the catch basins are connected to those cross culverts is not proper. It was just kind of scabbed together, holes cut in it with hammers rather than proper cutting tools, things like that. And because that pipe has deteriorated, now it's a safety issue for Main Street where traffic is driving over this metal pipe that's weak, essentially. You're starting to see a dip in the road there. And more importantly, where those catch basins connect into it, which happens to fall right in our bicycle lanes. The gravel material that packs around those catch basins ends up washing down into the culvert because of all the holes. And then you get large potholes, sinkholes, whatever you want to call them, forming around the catch basins in the bicycle lane. So this culvert was flagged, I think a year ago. The scope of the work, the actual condition of it wasn't really known until I went and looked at it just recently. So I flagged that as an imminent safety hazard.
This is how he convinced us to get it in year one right away, even though it wasn't there before.
Yeah, I don't want to see someone get hurt. Obviously, that's number one. And number two, we're dealing with storms of increasingly stronger magnitude and intensity that affect drainage. And if we don't do something with this culvert, there may be an accident, and I don't want to have that risk where it's something dollar-wise, it's not insignificant, but overall, something that we should prioritize and tackle before other things. Harborside, I think there was
Thank
a
you for
question
that.
about.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, there's a question about Harborside. Harborside's been kind of a moving target. It was on the board as a priority before I took this seat. It was vaguely understood before I took over here. It was vaguely understood that street would be fully reconstructed, sidewalks, all the underground. I'm not really sure where the budget number came from for Harborside and Fairfield last year, but it was not realistic. It was if you're going to reconstruct both streets. I've since looked at the underground for Harborside, and there are a few issues that require attention. But those issues, I believe we can attend to without opening the street up. We may be able to get get some trenchless technologies in. Jeremy Sharp, our new manager of Public Works, has a lot of experience in that area. And him and I are gonna strategize on how to fix some of these point failures in the sewer system on Harborside with trenchless repairs. And probably do that under operational costs rather than digging up the whole street, which is not really necessary at this point. So why is it still on the board? Again, those point failures, wanting to address those, maybe we can do it out of operational dollars, maybe we can't, we have yet to develop that scope. But the other main piece of that is improving pedestrian connectivity between the two trails. That's part of it, and there's going to be other work that has to go on adjacent to that. So that's all the detail I have on it now.
More detail in the project charter eventually.
Excellent, but that was really valuable for information because I really had no idea, but once
Yep.
you told me what the things were, I'm like, I know exactly where that is now, and that makes total sense. But the connection didn't make, yeah, it just didn't make a visual
Yep.
connection until you described it, so I appreciate it.
In terms of this section, I think just mentioning that we have the engineering dollars there to just allow to supplement Alex's work with any consultants, and that would be the like 3 firms that he has on standing offers to help. We'll probably get that more formulaic in the future as we know the streets in advance. You know, the year before, we'll have a 5% design fee that's tied to some sort of, you know, Class C estimate in year 2. We don't have that yet, so it's a dollar amount right now. Land acquisitions and disposals, that's blank. We have it in there as a category if and when we ever want to acquire land. Or if it related to any disposals. Other transportation, there's a number of smaller projects here. Most of these are not familiar. We mentioned the carry forwards this morning and the decorative lights down Main Street to Willow are now falling into year 3. That probably has turned out to be good because we're still waiting for 292 to be done, and that carries down through that area. Traffic safety and mobility is probably a key one to look at. The crosswalk upgrades program, we have dollar amounts in there each year. Now that needs to now become, it would be almost like streets. At some point, we'll have a list of this crosswalk, this crosswalk, this crosswalk. I think there was a comment earlier about that'll take a while to get all those evaluations done. So that will feed this part of the budget. The AT network, those are the dollars we built in a year ago into the budget that we have the application in, that if we're successful, what we had at some $750,000 to $800,000 will be augmented to be that much more because we were able to leverage it for grant funding. If the grant funding didn't come through, we'll have to figure something out, and it would only fit in that pocket. So once we know whether we have that grant, that this will expand in scope in terms of if it's a $3 million project, then we'll start to fill out the details on that and the project charter.
Harborside is written in there just to say that the 500,000 that was up there
Was going to
Let's go there.
address some of the
Okay.
AT, and
I was
that
just
was
wondering.
part of the idea, was that connectivity between the trails and the sidewalks. So yeah, that's the reason that was there. I think that's it for that section, which is, I don't believe I've missed anything on that. If I go to the environmental health services, or as we call it, the sewer treatment plant and the infrastructure, plain language does not speak to environmental health services. So the sewage treatment plant phase 2 is now in there at the $6 million. So pending that grant confirmation, if I went to the funding page, I have an assumed $4-point-something million grant.
Makes this 10 million or 2 million?
That makes that 6 down to 2.
Down to 2.
Our net 2, yes. Yep. And then I think there's a desire to get a lift station program upgrade going to bring those up to a better standard, and those are the dollars that are starting to be built in here. Yeah, again, yeah, that's a good point to make. Everything there is the cost of the product before you get grants or whatever.
So that 50, was it 51 million or 57 million, whatever, that 50 million is not, it is the cost,
Yeah.
not the net. cost.
Yeah, if we were bang on our estimates for the
Yeah.
next 10 years, the 10-year program would cost $51 million and then we deduct grants. Chances are we're not quite that accurate over the 10 years, although 51 million is a big number.
If I remember correctly, if I can, the treatment plant, so it was 3 million, now it's 6 million, but it is to upgrade. Because the cost went up and we are expanding things, if I remember properly from the charter.
Part of its
because we're
capacity.
capacity and doing different things, and that will accommodate what we think is our future growth on whether it's density or east and west.
Yeah, so the biggest chunk of that cost is the capacity, the volumetric capacity upgrade. There are other points to focus on in this phase of the development, in this phase of the project that will address some of the, I guess, some of the shortcomings that were left in the phase one project. And there's also an aspect of flood risk mitigation built into that as well.
Okay, community infrastructure, which is, our open spaces, parks, trails. Used to be the VIC until we moved that building up into buildings, but we can live with that. So this is a section that I'll expand it into its elements. This is somewhat tied to the fact that we're now doing a parks master plan process. So the year one projects are essentially like the East End, Gateway, a couple of other projects that have carried over. And much of it has become now a dollar allowance in year two out into the future, pending the input of the Parks Master Plan is kind of how I'd summarize it in detail. Not sure, Aaron, you look like you're gonna, okay.
That's your question around pickleball earlier. We decided to present it as the year one, is things that we know need to get done because they're carryover. And Mike will talk a bit about the East End Gateway, but once you're through the Parks Master Plan at this time next year, as we go into budget, council will have prioritized. So we'll be able to populate out years 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with specific parks or initiatives, but we didn't want to start putting those in advance of that work because you really did want to see that first before you started slotting things like pickleball in. So that's what we've done. If you want certain projects put in, then certainly let us know, but we figured as a starting point, that probably made some sense. But there's placeholder dollars out after year one for you to be able to do that. It's just they don't specify which parks or facilities they would be attached to.
So we had money in there for pickleball this year, to go back now, this year, that we're just saying we're not going to spend until we get this one done. That's what we're,
Essentially, and we rolled.
because we
when
have
I
like
get this-
questions. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, this 400 and then 350 to, as we move out, it's $200,000 a year generally out further, notwithstanding some dam remediation work up at the nature preserve. So we tried to roll it down into, there was two larger amounts kind of in year 1, 2. One was pickleball. I think the other one was quiet park, and pending input from the Parks Master Plan. And this is just a starting point. So this is council direction on this stuff. We rolled dollars down into general allowance for future park development. The ones that stayed were to complete the East End, because we've been working away at the East End Gateway for a number of years. So that's the parking lot and whatnot. The West End had still a dollar amount related to trails and playground, because that would be a brand new commitment to that development. What that looks like, I think the Parks Master Plan would have to inform it. But any of the existing parks, we kind of rolled down into that future allowance. So that's, we would take direction on that if that's not the way we'd like to have it proceed. Council can pull out some of the projects that, whether it was pickleball or quiet park, those are the two that jump off
Yeah.
the top of my head. I'm not sure about other ones. If you wanted to pull them out and still do them and commit to them before the Parks Master Plan, that's the sort of direction we're looking for.
Yes, I'm thinking about pickleball, which, we get asked about a lot, and where do we see that? Like, like you were just saying, do we have to have a Parks Master Plan in order to say this is where the pickleball is going, or how?
Well, last year
Yeah,
at
I
budget
know, I
process,
know.
that's the
That's
information
what-
that came back to staff was
You
don't do
didn't-
pickleball till you have the master. plan.
Yeah.
So it's,
Yeah,
when you
so.
ask me, what do we have to do? I'm looking at council.
That's what, but yeah, but I'm thinking to myself, where do we see that? In what year do we see that in? Because that's something that we passed, right, budgeted for a while ago, right?
Yeah, I think where the debate came was that the budget number was, I think, a little bit less than where the project ended up going. And there was some debate about the location. There was a debate about how big do we make it? Do we do tennis courts, for example, if it's at Acadia as part of the project? And then the discussion really turned to, we should know that this is the right location and we should understand where we're going with all our parks before we do it. So I think through the parks plan process, you'll be able to have those discussions. What is your vision for a pickleball facility, if there is one in Wolfville? Where does it fit? And then where does it fit both in terms of what location, but also in what year? So council may decide, okay, through that parks planning process, we want to do that right away. And ultimately would become a year 2 project through that process. But council will really have an opportunity to do that prioritization against everything that's going to be in that scope. So I think that probably does make some sense. But again, like Mike said, if there's something that you wanted to pull out as a council to just
Yeah,
tackle
no, I
outside of
guess,
that.
I guess we approved a certain amount and then the location changed and then it went up to Acadia. And then it got a little bit more size for pickleball, like more courts. And then a little bit more, it was on their property. We had the land lease and everything. And that almost seemed like it led to part of a master plan parks discussion because we wanted to make sure we got it in the right location. Am I correct on thinking on that?
Right.
I just don't want to lose sight of that because that's something that the community I know really is
No,
looking
100
forward, really looking forward to.
Yeah, 100%. Just my take, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that council wanted to see that parks master plan before he proceeded with pickleball. So that's why we've waited.
And if I made my recollection on the pickleball, the discussion sounds right. And I think as we got towards the end and we were in that pocket, it was originally in its new location at the higher dollar amount in year 1 of the current plan. So fiscal 22-23 right now. And as we were trying to finalize last year's budget and we had the Parks Master Plan discussion, the option was to keep it in year 1. The decision and direction from council was to move it to year 2 because we wanted to wait to see the Parks Master Plan. So
Certainly, yeah, it will be part of the planning process. I think, Fathom is certainly aware that it's been something that's been discussed by council, and so it won't be forgotten.
Can you remind me when, because we have our first Parks and Rec or Parks Master Plan meeting.
December 13th, yeah.
And then, so that is to kick off the process. And so the turnaround time roughly is what?
We're aiming to have it by sort of, Devin left, but end of September, like it was an 8 to 10 month window was the responses. So if we can tighten that up, and we will, but our goal would be to have that information to inform next year's planning
budget.
process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and that's fine. I just don't want to lose sight of all the things we sort of been talking about along the way either. Choir Park was quite important in that area. The West End Park was important for that quite often as well, because they don't have much over on that end. So, and pickleball too. So I just don't want to lose sight of them as we all kind of move through it. Can I ask a question on parking by Rotary Park and how that fits into Victoria, or does it?
I think and especially coming out of last year's discussion, it was indirectly connected to that, which was we're expanding the parking lot.
Yeah.
Which in non-finished product was done this year. I think they expanded the area and then it'll be completely finished and resurfaced. So the idea was more parking available within a parking lot should help alleviate some of the on-street parking. That I think was the connection that we talked about. Whether that's going to alleviate all that parking, that's a separate, I think, probably analysis.
I will say, I did talk to Director Bowder when he was here, and I asked how many spaces that when we redid the parking lot there, and I think maybe I'm wrong, but it was over 20 spaces that were increased. And I mean, I live really close to there, and parking is way better than it was before. So I mean, Kelton works over there, so a lot of people will park and just kind of cut through, and people that are playing tennis now, I know, are parking there and walking.
So it has.
So it has actually cut down on Victoria Avenue. I just walk by there all the time. And so there's more people park and people do use it to walk on the trail. So they'll park at the bottom and they'll go up the trail. But as far as on-street parking, you know, to go up King Street and around Orchard, it's definitely better because 20 or I'm not exactly sure, but it was maybe, you know, how many parking spots were increased? I don't know, Alex. Yeah. I did ask him that because I did get asked that a lot. So it has made a difference that way, just for your information.
This is just to pave it. Is it?
Properly resurface it. I don't know whether there's guardrails or what all might be in the completion of it. Up at Rotary Park, tennis courts, rec center.
It went together in our discussion last year,
Yeah.
parking on Orchard versus parking and the safe.
Given the chance, we would like to sneak in a few extra spaces. We did some work this year to give us those additional spaces that Jennifer referred to, sort of pronounce the entrance into that parking space as sort of the premier entrance into that spot. If dollars exist, some lighting would be nice to include there, and sort of create some decent parking in that space. I know you were asking about things on Victoria this morning. The Public Works team did action your request in the spring, and we've had no parking signs put on what would be the east side of Victoria from King down to the entrance into the rec center. And that's certainly helped to alleviate what was a very congested area. And when we get to Victoria, you know, things like the ditch that you mentioned in front of that one predominant house on the east side and sort of proper sidewalks, et cetera, will help build that out. So.
Before we move any further on this, I just wanted to pause to say, so pickleball and Quiet Park came up. Do we want those specifically identified, or is the original draft rolling them down pending Parks Master Plan okay? Rather than, I don't want to get 2 months down the road and find out we wanted them, because if we're gonna do them, we need some lead time to start.
I think Quiet Park for one, although I certainly support that. I think that there may be some development with the children's center potentially, and so certainly would be important to wait for a year or two to see what happens with them before Quiet Park. I think it will come up. I know somebody suggested that Quiet Park become the fenced dog park. Not a fan of that, but for me, I assume that all of this will come out in the wash with the parks plan, and we'll decide what works best where.
Okay, and I just wanted to pause to make sure on that, because that would be the sort of thing, if we get too far down the road, but we wanted them out there, that would be good to pull out. So
I think it's fine. I think it's just clarity and making sure we don't lose sight of them. And then when we go through it, we'll have, I'm assuming, a really good public engagement section on that too. So we'll have,
it's gonna be
input and see
interesting
what
to
it
see
is.
the
Yeah.
engagement on that.
sure, I
Yeah.
think it's gonna be awesome.
Okay,
Just in terms of the parks plan, even though it's not a subdivision or an area that exists, will it? Can we assume that the parks plan will take into consideration any future parks in the East End? I can assume that because.
the next section, and we're pretty much at the end of the spreadsheet, so to speak. Few spaces, or few dollars there for open spaces. A lot of details there of things that'll be populated in the future, but the dollars there, this was around, this kind of ties into a number of things, the development down off Front Street, additional parking off Dykeland and Elm, bit of a cul-de-sac, which could help economic development, help farmers market. That was left in there because parking is kind of highlighted, and so we left those dollars there, and there was in the concept plan a second phase to that you develop a bit of amenities in terms of a pond there. So those are still in the budget, and I think that's it for that section. The nature preserve, everybody knows where that is, I presume. The
Can you
care,
repeat that last thing you just said? Pond at Elman. You said?
the parking lot down on Dykeland Elm, that would be kind of between the Public Works Building and the farmer's market.
Sorry, I thought you said pond. I don't know.
Yeah. It may not be, that version may not have all lines exploded out on it, so to speak. So we're just covering, it might have looked like that. Yeah, the idea. There's no pond. There was. Well, just. There was a concept plan, which I'm sure I said were concept plan that included adding some amenities to the parking lot, which would include a pond area around there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's more of a stormwater, issue down there, so. But to hopefully also be an amenity, but if we develop a parking lot down there, that was accounting for making it into a park-like setting, yeah.
Sorry that you were looking for a body of water that doesn't exist.
Like, I almost thought, like, as you're walking along the trail, there is this section that was just completed just by Balcom that's like, and there is, it's sort of like a waterway there, and it's kind of nice now that it's been fixed up, and I'm like, it's not a pond. But no, much not where there's a great pollinator garden. If you've never been down that way, absolutely beautiful. Just
We'll
thought I'd
tweak
throw
the
that out there.
wording on that one, just so as not to cause confusion as we move forward.
It's been a long day, but we were like,
Yeah.
pond, how did we miss a pond?
That's fair enough. Yeah, we'll be moving close to a break soon. Yeah. Let's bear with this and then we'll be to a more open forum of discussion. The nature preserve. We have dollars there for that's the project that we're getting a donation towards. There's not a lot up there beyond that, other than out in years 6 and 7, and these are still soft numbers of $1.2 million that we need to deal with the dam infrastructure that's up there. It's hard to say that without it sounding wrong. And what we're gonna do with that. So that needs to be worked on by Alex. He'll solve the dam problem.
So, oh,
What we've tried to do, just before your
Yep.
question, I just wanna, because we're almost at the bottom, is we're trying to increase the allowance out into future years to start, at some point, and that will probably be up under the. This is my new spreadsheet. I don't know my way around yet. Yeah, I don't see it. We're trying to start to allow dollars out into the future years, even though we don't have projects identified. For some reason, I don't see them there, so I'll go back to make sure they are there.
Why not?
So there is a question there.
yeah, so the dam upgrade that you have, the dam upgrade that you have in year 6 and 7, could that possibly be sooner than that?
That's, I think Alex needs time to dig into that one, what we're doing out in nature preserve,
They did that, yeah.
Perry's analysis and what we're doing with the dam.
Yeah, I definitely need more time for that one. I did a pretty extensive review this past year on what's been done so far, but it's kind of a blind spot for me. So I need more time to look at that and figure out what we're gonna be doing with it, for sure.
That's one of those, we've talked about this in the past, when we get a gift, so to speak, sometimes the gifts come with cost. So that used to be the water supply. It isn't. The town has it through the nature preserve,
Dam
but
had
that
to
comes
be
with a
done
commitment
anyway.
to it. Sorry.
I just wanted to ask in this listing, we've been talking in previous years about upgrades at the old burying ground. Would that be included here or somewhere else?
It can be in that, it's not in there specifically right now, although.
Sorry,
I just. If we're almost at the end, if we could just, and I'll get through this one. That ties into the AT plan too, as well. If we get the grant, we will be able to address that a little quicker, I think. Is that a fair way to put it?
We had a kickoff meeting for the parks plan and we were pulling it in to that and we're hoping we'd have some specific engagement around the old burying ground. As it's adjacent to Clock Park and how and what type of scope and scale that is.
So there's no dollars yet identified in there. That's one of those things that hopefully will evolve in the coming. No, I think there's been a lot of discussion, but my recollection is it hasn't hit the target with dollars. Yeah, basically.
Question on the on the dam, nature reserve, on the dam, because I feel like that was when my first term, it was imminent, like we had to fix it. Yeah, and then it keeps, like, because it's been there a long time and it's still on 6 and 7.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and Alex is digging, we did get a report that said it wasn't imminent and that we should do some monitoring. So we've taken steps in that direction. And now Alex is going to take some time to figure out what's next. So where that fits, is it year 5, 6, where it is now? Does it need to move? But yeah, we did get something back from our consultant that said the monitoring was a big piece of that. So.
Yeah, but before that, there were a couple of feasibility studies generated by the consultant. There were, I guess, 2 major schools of thought. One was decommissioning and one was rehabilitation, and some very detailed engineering work went into both potential options for evaluation. I think they're in the long-term monitoring right now for the rehabilitation option.
Great. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to Barb's communication on the dam upgrade. It's going to be a fun one.
I'm gonna look to the mayor of, we had project charters next. Do we want to break or?
I think maybe a 5-minute stretch break, a quick one, because I know some people have dogs to get home too. So take 5-7 minutes and then stretch and come back. We are back. We're still live, Mike?
Yes, we are.
Okay, we are. Carry on.
Are you ready for me to?
Oh, yes, I said carry on.
Okay, sorry. Been a long day at this side of the table. We went through, obviously, the CIP in detail. The next thing I had on the slides was we'd go through the project charters, but I feel like when we touched on most of the charter information through kind of question and answer, I think Alex right now has some ideas and thoughts that, you know, to get out and look at Victoria, start to flesh out some ideas there. So I feel like for the charters, maybe it's best if we come back and fill in the blanks and get more charters to you. I'm not sure we need to go through them in detail right now unless there was a strong desire to do so. Okay. So next, if I can get this to work, would be the open discussion roundtable. And this was kind of throwing this back to council. And after this, there's really only one more slide, which talks about public engagement. But for now, I'm kind of turning it back to the mayor and council to.
So clarification, are you asking us to talk about priorities in what you've presented or things that you have not touched on?
I think
perhaps?
we have a good sense of what was presented. We
Okay.
got some direction on the inflation. This is more of a, what else?
So maybe what's
An open
missing?
house sort of discussion.
What's missing or?
Yeah, and operations and capital. So
Yeah.
we focus on capital pretty much today, but if there's some operational priorities, it's really helpful for us to know that before we get to
As
that.
we
person.
prepare that first version. Yeah.
All right, we'll open that up for discussion. Anything that is missed in the capital or operational priorities that you'd like to make sure staff know? Councillor McKay?
So on the operation side, I think we touched on it a bit, is just on staff resourcing and making sure we get that data and what that's gonna look like. So operational, we don't really have a budget per se, but something making sure we have our bases covered so that our service levels stay good, or at least meet expectations. I'm looking back at our strategic plan too. Economic prosperity. So what do we have on the slate for economic development for this coming fiscal?
So we're just starting to talk about that now. There's a couple pieces. One is we'll be reintegrating back into the REN. So sort of working with the REN on that and trying to understand their work plan and how that will integrate with our work is going to be key. The second area that will be a focus, because I do think the MOU renegotiation will end up carrying into next fiscal year, just given that we're in November now, we'll be really having some discussions with Acadia around some economic opportunities and building that into the MOU in a meaningful way. So there might be some deliverables that will come out right away from that I don't know what they are now. I know that there's some work on the housing file and there's some other work I think we can do from a business development perspective. The third one that I'd like to put some pen to paper to through a charter and working with Devin and some of the management team is really taking the mayor's task force on economic development and some of the other reports that we've done and initiatives we've identified and seeing them come to life a little bit for council to have a discussion visually around this is what we can do from a business development perspective. So thinking of the C2 zone, there's going to be some opportunities in the East End, but also like our corridor really from the East End Gateway right through to the farm market and what that looks like and what some of the opportunities might be. So we can present that in a charter to council and you can actually see it all in one place because I think I've mentioned before, sometimes things come very piecemeal and it's hard to see the vision. So I'd like to have that as part of the discussion this year too, so that you can dig in and go, okay, this does make sense. And then we've got some marching orders to move forward. So those would be the biggest things. Obviously, the business licensing piece that we talked about earlier this week would be another component. I don't know, Devin, if you want to add anything to that, but at the top of my head, that's what we've been talking about at staff level and really making sure that that task force isn't just sitting there, that we're operationalizing it.
And then the social equity piece, for me, that's mostly housing, like that seems to be our low hanging fruit on that. And I know we have a discussion tomorrow on that. So maybe think something will come out of that that's not in here either, because not that we drive housing, but if there's changes to our MPS or anything else we want to enable or do something different, I guess it'll come out later. I think climate action, we do lots of in when we think about all of the things we do. So I think that's good. And just a comment, the last one we had was infrastructure management. What I come to realize when we were going through this and I added up all those numbers is that when we neglect things, it hits us all at once. And boy, have we really hit it this year. And kudos for everybody for finding it and keeping it on the table and moving it all forward. But it is certainly enlightening to say, wow, years of neglect has really come back to smack us in the face in a hard way. And our residents, I think it hit me harder because our COLA and our cost of living went up so much this year. And then seeing all of these costs come in, which are going to be high, it's going to double whammy on our residents. And that is most unfortunate at this point in time. All needs to be done, but it was just a real eye opener on how much that's going to hit the taxpayers' pocketbooks. Thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
Yeah, so just building on the MOU with Acadia and how many things, you know, that we would like to go in there. I'm thinking back on the social equity piece and how we didn't buy into the IMSA agreement with the county. How can we make that like a more than just an MOU, like with the money that we had actually budgeted aside? Can we actually do something with that? That's important to me. And also, as Councilor McKay was saying, like with the economic prosperity, reading over some of the surveys that we got, I guess on, what was it, Tuesday, about the business licensing and how many of the public thinks that we focus too much on business and not on social equity. I just wanted to put that into the forefront on what can we do there. And the housing piece is pretty big. I mean, and affordable housing. And I mean, I sometimes I think there needs to be sort of information given out when we say affordable housing. Some people will think it's a low income housing. What is the difference on that? And it's not the same. And how do we put that messaging out? Anyway, those two comments.
I have a few comments. I usually wait till everybody, but maybe, so I have a number of things around operations. Absolutely want to see something around economic development. Aaron and I were talking the other day and I was remembering, I don't know who was around the table when we did Imagine Wolfville and we had huge meetings at the Lions Hall, and there's somewhere there is a pictorial graphic of what people imagined the downtown would be like. So, so I am pleased to hear that staff are doing some work on that. Just around staffing and for a moment taking off the cost of staffing, but certainly in the housing area, I feel we're probably light on staffing to support that area. I know, as I think I've shared with council, that I have had some ongoing discussions with Acadia around their desire to build more student housing, different kinds of student housing on campus. They do not have they have the land, they don't have either the capacity or the skill set to manage that. And they've asked if the town could, and my answer was, well, the town would have the skill set. I'm not sure that we have the capacity. So certainly if we were to go down that road, which might also meet our housing need, I think we probably we don't have all those resources. The last area of resources that probably falls in staffing, and I certainly agree around compliance staff, but as we've talked through the capital budget and we keep saying this is without grants. There are certainly, and I've now been at 3 or 4 housing sessions, and there's always a lot of talk about there's this grant and there's that grant. That takes time, not only just to research what grants, whether we're talking about housing or AT or sewer capacity or park development, takes a long time to look that up, to write the grant application, to follow that. So whether there is a role for a grant writer whose way could be afforded because of the money that's being brought in, to me, it's worth something to look at. 3 things in the capital that that we've talked about, and I assume they may fall into the capital at some point, but I want to make sure 2 of them are on our radar. One is all the roads and the traffic lights and all of those things that we've talked about. Councillor McKay mentioned the work here. So I would like to see what that does to our capital budget. I understand in December, we will, council will discuss the I'll call it the multipurpose rec center as opposed to our rec center. However, whatever we decide and where that fits in, that's not a small ticket item. And the other one that I know we all know of because we all got an email this week is, and although it's not a municipal building, is that our museum is in not great shape, and in fact dire shape in terms of its infrastructure. I did follow up with the sender of the email and spoken to the CAO and said that, I would just like to meet with them to see. I understand their board is in transition or a little, it's small right now. I don't know how the nice way to say that. Wendy, you might be better able to say it needs some support. The building is probably $400,000 or $500,000 needed. Is that the best thing to do with either community money or any money from the town? Is that the best place? What could the museum do as part of our recreation and culture programming? There's a lot. I think a museum, municipal museum or a town museum is important for a community like ours. So it's certainly an initiative, a service that I would not like to see lost from our town. On the other hand, it lays outside of our town responsibilities, but I just want to flag that as I think that I know there will be some discussions and that may come to our table. So those are the things that I would like to flag and hope that we have further discussion as we go forward. Now that I've been talking, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Put my thoughts together. Pedestrian safety is a concern for all of us, and I don't think we can underestimate that one. However, the costs come down, we need to think about it closely. There have been a number of community asks over the last couple of years, like Landmark East comes to my mind, and I don't know if those kinds of things are built into the budget or if we have to talk about them again, but that is something that we haven't discussed at this point, maybe in January.
Could I just jump in on the Landmark East? And I'm not sure which other ones you may have in mind. So Landmark East, it was a matter of it's now going back to see if there was some level of MOU that could be developed, and it was to come back.
Yeah.
So council has dealt with it, but only insofar as can we work something out? So there's a report that would have to come back.
Yeah, and it was
Council.
referenced at the time that could be a couple of years away. Like it just depends on as they get further into their process.
Are there
Could
other
be
ones
some
that you're
time.
thinking of, or?
Well, the other ones I'm thinking of are smaller scale, like, do we have Devour looking for another injection of money? I know some of the community groups like the Performing Arts Series, they haven't received their monies for this year, and
Checks were cut last week.
okay, that's a bit of a concern with a community group, even if the amount isn't all that huge. That seems to me there must be a way of streamlining that process, or finding a different route or whatever. But I think one of the things I'm most concerned about, and I'm not even sure if it's in our role play, is kind of social equity questions around the follow-up to the pandemic, and the fact that many of our community groups, and the Historical Society is just one of them, have super challenges to replace elderly members, to keep things going. The churches locally are having issues, and it's almost something that you want to cry about, but you have to keep going. And as a community, our volunteer groups are really important, and I'm not sure how or if we can help them, but that's on my mind.
I think that's a really good point, and it certainly would not be unusual for a municipality through a community development approach to, to do board training or help boards understand how to recruit members and so on. So certainly, it certainly in many places is part of a municipal recreation culture responsibility, but you're very right on that. A lot of our boards are same people, and they're getting tired, or they're getting older, or they're for one reason or another leaving us. And it's important because we really, small town like this really survives on those volunteers.
Just
Deputy Manager Boss.
say Isabel. I'm just wondering, I think that that is a very good point. And I was talking to two of my student neighbors who are in second year, and they were expressing an interest in finding ways to connect to the town and maybe volunteer. And I'm just wondering whether, I don't know, probably Town and Gown is not the right venue, but whether there is a way for us to connect, particularly with first year students when they come in, to provide that kind and see, if there are any kind of volunteer opportunities that would appeal to them.
Sounds like that was what the red and blue might do. Is no? There were peer to peer.
I'm not talking peer to peer. I'm just talking about, bringing in young people who may be interested in volunteering and may have, a limited amount of time, but also finding ways of connecting to our community and giving to our community. I guess this is just because of the conversation I had with these two very keen individuals who want to do more than just party.
If volunteerism is something that council wants to explore a bit more, I will reach out to the King's Volunteer Resource Center. I just popped on their website because I'm familiar with them, but they do exist. They do support Kings County. And so both from the trying to link, volunteers with opportunities, but also working with community groups to help replace volunteers, they may be able to help. So I can reach out and make a few calls and see what we might be able to do even outside the budget process.
I didn't see which light went on first, so. Okay.
It's just, I was going to suggest the same thing as Aaron for the volunteer part, the Kings County. And it also could be part of our MOU. We could say how we make those connections. And I think the same thing with the grant writing. There's a lot of resources. They write grants all the time to get funding for their students or the projects that they want to do. I know a couple of people who write grants quite significantly in the university, whether through their job or through their pastime kind of thing, or just so tapping into some of those. Not saying we don't need a staff person on here, but even finding things to work together on might be a really neat way through grants to link us in a way that we haven't before, maybe even, I'm not sure, but just when you said the MOU and that, it was like, maybe we can find ways to work together. And is it the Historical Society, is the building owned by them? And could it co-house with the rest if we do something different? If we're part of our community and culture, if it came into, say, a library, town hall, or
I think that's
another
what we want to
building?
explore with them. And like, I don't know
I don't know.
if they would want to do that,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, we have a train
Options.
station.
Yeah.
We have,
Other things.
we'd like
yeah.
to know what it's a
Yeah,
conversation.
I wasn't 100% sure of their makeup. That's why I was just curious. Have that discussion offline too.
Councilor Ingham?
Yeah, in response to some of the grant writing, I think, is it Community Culture or Tourism Department? I think they put on a program to help write grant proposals for staff and whatnot. Just what is that called? Is it culture? Was it CC? Community Culture, Tourism and Heritage? All these acronyms, sorry, but you know what I'm talking about. They did Heritage, yeah, they just put on a grant, like to assist in grant, because people were complaining when I was on trails, how do they get all this money? Oftentimes we don't know where to get money. So they were putting on this course to help, staff where to get money and whatnot, just in response to that. And and going back to the MOU, and because I have been talking to Acadia students recently, and it's sort of forefront on my mind with community harmony and everything. And I always hear what a great success closing of the streets were. It was closing of the streets and the Welcome Week was. And I'm wondering if we can do if there's some sort of other event that we could that maybe isn't sort of into Mud Creek Days, maybe it has to do with food, that we, just to bring the communities together, that would be something that I would like to look at. Do I write anything down? Yeah. And I think it would maybe check off a few boxes, get the businesses involved, get the students involved, get everybody, and close the street down. I'm always thinking of food, international food. Like, I don't know, it all relates back to food. I think food brings everybody here, but I do want to, commend the staff, because that was just a really, really good day. And there was a lot of Acadia students there, and I think we could have more residents that are, come down too. That would be really nice. So just throwing that out there.
Aaron, did you want to?
No, just on the grants, I just wanted to clarify. So the numbers that were in the CIP certainly are the total cost. But if you look at the funding sheets, we do try to go after grants for as much as we can within the envelope of the 10-year plan to try to bring down the costs for council, and really appreciate it. I do feel supported by council that you're looking for opportunities to help support our staff. We did have a grant writing position when I was in a previous employment, and the challenge became that some of the grants are so specific to projects where you need the subject matter expert that it became really difficult for that one person to kind of have that expertise across the whole organization. So it's often falls to our directors that will do the grants in their own particular area. But I really appreciate the thought, because I do think that as we go through this budget process, there may be pressures where we will need some supports. And I just want to clarify, we do go after grants as much as we can, but it's hard to see that sometimes in the 10-year plan, because it's buried in the details, but just wanted to clarify that.
Councillor Butler?
This is one of my favorite days. I believe it or not, it actually is. I love, and I listen a lot during this, because I listen a lot outside. So I try to listen to what's in here, and we're doing pretty well with what people are asking for, what people want. I love hearing so much about what I call the ground level asks, which is our concerns about safety, sidewalks, crosswalks, roads, both underground and above. Those were some shocking numbers sometimes, and I know the communication to the public is very important, because they think, well, where did that $600,000 go? I can't see it. Well, you're walking on it and you're driving on it, and it's hard to explain that sometimes if they don't see a physical something before them that they can be part of. All this stuff does make sense. So I'm really excited for the wayfinding aspect of things, the AT plan. I walk everywhere, and I'm very much involved in the tourism industry, and all of that stuff factors into the economic development of, if you're making the streets safer, easier to walk around, people are going to want to come to town to go through all that. I'm very excited for the MOU portion of whatever comes out of that. It just seems like this looming document that being on Town and Gown, only a couple of meetings, but seeing the process and seeing how much we care about that document, I'm really excited to see all the new stuff that goes into it and the existing, and to build that relationship, because it is part of the whole town concept, and we have to continue to bring Acadia into our budgeting, because everything's all kind of connected. So some of the bigger, I have a hard time spending full price on jeans. So seeing some of these numbers was a little daunting, to say the least. But seeing it all kind of crammed also into 3 years, I know that that's probably not going to be the process, but it's nice to see that stuff coming to light again, knowing that there is going to be this, and this, because I know it's been a process to get them here. So I hope I'm around long enough to see some of them. It's nice to be part of the process, at least. That's all I had to say.
Councillor Elliott?
Did I mention tree policy being something that I see
did
as
mention
important?
it.
Okay, I had it in my list and I thought, no, I didn't say that. So I'm hoping that's something that will not be dropped, and that, I just finished reading an article in the Coast in Halifax about the HRM policy following the second hurricane that hit Halifax, and what to plant. And Peter, who was here speaking to us, has lots of good advice. And so I see that as important. So just wanted to mention it.
Councillor McKay?
I'm going through my list of questions that I had here, just trying to go backwards. Will we have any policy reviews this year that will influence any change in our budgeting? So we changed our procurement. We did, will anything else come up in your policy review, because I know you have a revolving thing in your ops plan. Will anything of that nature affect anything? Pardon me?
Asking
Have
like
an
we'll have
impact?
a
Yeah.
financial impact.
I can think of one. If, and this requires me to get to it, not a significant change, but I think it will augment thought process, is the low income tax
I was
exemption
gonna-
policy. Is one that's been in the hopper. We've gotten much better at increasing the income threshold and the dollar amount. But I did think in the last year, especially with inflation, that it may be a way to, we've talked about through the PACE program, that could help energy poverty and whatnot, and whether that really worked through the PACE program. Maybe the low income property tax exemption somewhat augmented in exemption dollar amount. And I don't know what that looks like, but it may be a mechanism. It's a finite number that would qualify, but both setting a different income threshold and increasing the dollar amount to recognize the fact that people are hitting inflationary pressures that are above and beyond. And that may be one that would impact budget. That's the one that jumps to my mind, but I'm not sure about others. Did you have something in mind? I don't see a lot.
Yeah, I didn't have any in particular, but I was just, one of the questions I thought, and we had probably substantial discussions on the use of consultants through our procurement policy. And do we see those being the same or different from last year?
So we will bring a list as part of the ops plan process, just to say this is how we see that we would procure. Because there will be some things, like, for example, we might need additional supports through this policing review. That would be a consultant that we likely have not worked with before, because we need a certain pocket of expertise. Like, so those one-offs that will be in the ops plan, we will note how that will be procured.
Okay.
Because we will have to use some outside consultants. While not a policy, just to mention, we're working with a couple other municipalities to do a salary review in the next month or two, hoping to have that information to bring back to council. Did have a discussion with my counterparts in Kings just around some of the challenges related to retention and, you know, just trying to make sure that we're staying on pace with our salaries. It's been 7 years since we've gone out and done an external one. So we're going to partner with District of Lunenburg and Berwick to go out and just sort of see where we should be at. So that information, while not a policy, may help inform council. And, you know, we may be just right in the right pocket, or there might be some positions that need to get rescoped through that, but trying to get that information to bring back to council as well.
Okay, thank you. And my last one that was on my list, and I'm surprised Councillor Elliott didn't bring this one up. I didn't see anything for public art.
Well, to me,
Was
that's
there?
given.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see it in the capital budget though. Did anyone else?
Budget
Okay,
has
I must
not
have-
been spent, so I'm assuming that it's there until it gets spent.
There is a
Operation?
growing reserve through an annual contribution,
Yeah.
and we did have dollars to spend in the current year budget.
Yeah.
I think it was,
20.
but we hadn't spent it.
Yeah.
So that's one of those, once a project's identified, to Councillor Elliott's point, is the dollars are sitting over here to be used. I think it's a matter of a project being identified.
And there is a plan afoot.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
Yeah, so I think you had mentioned, Aaron and Wendy or Mayor Donovan, that the rec study was going to be coming in December. And so speaking of the rec study in the pool, which I guess, you know, that was a big topic when we were all canvassing like 2 years ago. So where do we stand with Acadia on the ask that they have annually right now? Because I haven't heard about that recently.
So last week I did receive an email from their financial officer with an attachment for Mike and I to review, to try to give a bit more detail around the ask that was made earlier this year. I think there's still some questions that staff have, but I think at some point there's probably an acknowledgement that that's the level of detail that we're going to get. So Mike and I are going to sit down and see where we go from here. The plan is it's slated to come on the 6th as well, that we're going to have an RFD to get it in front of council, because the ask is for this current fiscal year is what they've asked, that 73,000, and then go forward. You know, whether that's part of the MOU, it's going to tie into the regional discussion, but there's a current ask right now of council for this fiscal year that we've punted. They came in February, as you recall. And then, yeah, so we did just get an email, about a week ago. So we've got it slated for the cow agenda in December.
Alex, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
Yeah, there was Counselor McKay asked if there are any anticipated costs coming out of policy reviews. Not necessarily a cost coming out of a review, but just thinking about the application of our new crosswalk evaluation policy. There may be some operational spending increases related to evaluating the crosswalks. In terms of counting traffic, counting pedestrians, possibly utilizing external consultants to assist with that until we figure out what the best, most consistent way to do that is.
Anybody else?
Could I throw a comment?
Sure.
Just around the staff resources and then consultants, and I think Alex just touched on it in a different way on a particular topic one is some of the staff resource discussions, both today and just the most recent committee of the whole, the ones before council, have been like compliance, planning, and then there was the mention of engineering. I think sometimes what we need to be, and we'll have to bring information that helps council with this, is those are the most recent items that have been at a meeting in front of us. We shouldn't lose sight, and I don't think anybody has, but I just want to know, we shouldn't lose sight of there are outside workers that are doing things that don't come into the meeting that maybe we don't visually see. So there's potential pressures on services there. So I'm not sure if we formally brought it forward a couple of years ago, but an attempt to do kind of a historical number of staff in each department so that there's a bit of a trend analysis of we may see this need in front of us because it's right there, but maybe there's been something happening over here that resource has shrunk relative to everything else. So maybe we'll bring some data on how each area of our services has grown or not grown, because there may be a gap there that you just don't see. So that'll be important. And then the use of consultants and whether it's a full-time employee, there's a trade-off there of consultants can fill a gap with a number of expertise that you wouldn't get out of one person, which may be what Alex is thinking about in terms of that one area. That if you hire a person, that's a permanent full-time, you've committed to that in the budget forever. So there's pros and cons to where and when the consultants fit versus staff. Is that fair? So maybe we bring information that relates to that in a more fulsome way.
So, something that you just said, Mike, triggered, we got, I think we all got this letter. I must say I have not responded to it yet, but it was, and we get this each year about winter control of our winter, it's not the word, is it control? Winter maintenance of our trails. And I think that letter was to do with Millennium Trail and so on. And I know we've had that discussion. I'm not suggesting
That would be one of those.
a
yeah,
position,
and there's-
but maybe staff will come back. At the very least, it would be good. It would be a good piece of information for council to have when we get those letters to say we are or we aren't maintaining those trails in the winter because this is the cost factor that would be involved. So.
Well, and it touches on, at management, we've talked about, we want to set aside a day in the same way we prep for this is maybe what I had referenced as budget creep. Is we're slowly taking on added responsibilities that maybe weren't a specific budget direction because they're small, but now you've raised a service level. Is parks when I showed up here 12 years ago, parks was a 3-season department, but it's really more of a 4-season department now that maybe we haven't quite reflected that in the budget. So those sorts of things we need to come back.
I think all of council would use and benefit from having something that you can give as an answer. Well, we don't maintain that because it would be X dollars and
Absolutely.
that kind of information, just something to have in your pocket to pull out and get those questions.
That's the
Or
sort of
we do.
information we're thinking about bringing back to. So
And because that
Councilor McKay?
triggered it out of mine too, because I think last year you put together an organization chart for us and how many people were in each one. Was that last budget? Budget before?
It was
it?
specifically asked for last year. It's
Yeah.
always been in the ops plan, but it wasn't obvious, so we
Right.
made it.
So maybe if we had that one and what we have this year too, and then even the dollar amounts that you use for consultants, because it is a bit wonky when we go through it to go, what do we need and what don't we need? And if you need special things for special things, that's fine. But yeah, it's always an interesting thing to say, are we short or when we want to deliver service levels, are we
I think
spending
we'll do
where
the
we need
breakdown
to?
of the consultants again, because last year we did provide the schedule, because
Yeah.
there's consulting services in our budget because their contract includes the RCMP, but kind of want to set that aside from the area that I think we're talking about now, and to break it down into its components. So we'll bring that again.
Yeah, and a practical constraint we have right now, as silly as it might seem, is we have no space. So when we're looking at bringing on sometimes a contract staff or the nature of the position, you can work from home and that's great. But if, you know, the more FTEs we bring on, like it is very challenging. Like I don't have a physical space to put them. Like we are just at capacity. We'll have a little bit of leeway once we get through this season and we have the public works renos done, hopefully for early in the new year. But it has been, you know, when you look at the pros and cons, it has been challenging because even like to do a proper orientation and welcome somebody in, it's really hard when it's like, welcome to the town of Wolfville. We don't have a spot for you. We're really glad you're here. And then they never really feel like, so I just raised that. Hopefully that'll get alleviated as we move forward. And obviously we've got a lot of capital projects on the go that will help over the next couple of years, but it is an issue. Just that you don't really think about until you're actually hiring someone. You go, wow, where are we going to put that person and how are they going to integrate?
If I can, just before you go
Yeah,
ahead,
go
Jody, you mentioned police, Mike. Where are we including in our budget or discussion anywhere that we might have to pay an extra 23% on the RCMP?
I wanted that one to investment.
That we don't have built, well, we may have to build that into next year's, that's.
So we don't think that it's going to come up for the 23-24 budget, or it might, because that would be
At
like
this stage, I don't have
$300,000.
any information on that, but I'll talk to Aaron about whether.
There hasn't been any decision made on the retro, as far as I know, the most recent thing that I've heard. So there will be some cost escalations that will be built in the per officer cost, which we haven't received yet from Justice. But the retro, I think, is still a little bit in limbo, and whether we will even be responsible for the retro or not.
But
is still
even
something.
the increased
the
cost
increased
is
cost.
23%.
Yeah, it will. The per officer cost will go up. So.
Well, I think we expected it to be in the 23% range, and it came through this year at 15% or somewhere like there.
Okay.
It actually came in a little less than we anticipated. And we had planned to use reserves to kind of soften that increase over a few years. So
Okay.
we're not going to use as much, so we may have to.
Just to
resort
flag it, is that,
Yeah.
because I hadn't thought about that. Councillor McKay?
Just following up to Aaron's comment there. So not having any space and then saying, okay, we'll get when the public works building is completed spring. And then though, literally the next year, we're gonna tear down the building. So,
Tear down which building.
well, in 2 years' time, we'll be tearing down. So you'll have this one for next spring and you'll have a space down there, which will give you some leeway for a little while. And then in 2 more years, you're gonna tear this one down. Because it's year 4, right? So there'll be 1, 2. It's not gonna be that far out. And you're gonna have to plan for that. So.
for transition.
Yeah, for transitioning. So do we have to say, because if we hire someone now, if you're a full-time employee, that's 4 years is not that far away, or 3 years or whatever time frame. So do we have to look at service levels and what we're doing right now and put a moratorium on hiring people, like stop because we won't have any space for the next 4 years? Off and on for the next 4 years?
No, I think we just have to look at it from a practical consideration, depending on the position. Like if we needed to add more boots on the street, so to speak, for public works or parks, you know, then the consideration becomes, do we have the right vehicle? Like, do we have the vehicles to support them? But they don't need an office space per se. They clearly need a locker, which but you know, we're living with that in the hallway. Whereas if you were trying to bring in, for example, just another finance staff and there's physically no space to put them here, you may say, okay, maybe this isn't the right time. And I'm just using that as an example, but there might be a position that can remote in from home. But every time we look at a new position versus a consultant, or just, you know, can we accommodate them? It is an issue because, you know, we are a close knit team and you want them to feel part of that. And when you don't have the space, I mean, we've got our compliance team and Mike Long all sharing one cubicle downstairs, 3 people. It's not ideal at all,
No.
but there's nowhere else to put them,
You
right?
could even say, regardless of department, if you were to add
Yeah.
1 FTE, where do they go?
Yeah.
They can't go up to the rec center because Kelton's already sharing that space with 200 people. So you've got 3 people in space there, 3 downstairs. The work at the Public Works building is essentially to remediate the water damage.
Yeah.
To put people back in their offices And even when they were in their offices, we didn't have enough space. So there is an issue, as Aaron outlines, of
Yeah.
practical, where do you put somebody? Devin works out of this room frequently.
Yeah.
Now, he'll get an office back,
Yeah.
but getting that office back doesn't free up any other office space. It frees up council chambers, so to speak.
So, but what does that mean to us? And so are we going to be looking at leasing a space over the next number of years? To facilitate the growth, the changes in the space and that space, like, what does that mean? I mean, it's an operational question, but I mean, and I know that, you know, we say, oh, well, during COVID, everybody worked at home. That's fine for COVID, but everybody was at home. So it didn't matter. We are a forward facing group of people. We need to be here. Even if the building is torn down. So we meaning staff, need to be somewhere. Because can't all work from home and say, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Like during COVID, it was a different time. 'Cause
Yeah,
no one else was coming
100%.
in either, so.
So I think
Just trying
that
to figure out-
question is hard to answer right now. I think as we go through the budget process in the next couple of months, if it becomes apparent that to meet the service level expectations of council, we need to staff up in areas where we physically can't accommodate space, we may have to have the conversation around what are the short-term options. And again, I'm trying to use examples without pinpointing, and I did
Yeah.
pinpoint a couple of departments I didn't intend to, but as an example, if you brought in another compliance person to help support Sean in the evenings, that might not be an issue because they don't necessarily need the office space, or if they do, they're working off hours so they can access the space that we have. So it's really different depending on which position you're considering. But I think as you determine what service levels, you shouldn't have a moratorium and not be able to improve service. But as you look at those, then it's just a practical reality of, can we physically accommodate them right now? And if we can't, what does that look like? Can you use consultants? No. Okay, you need to hire someone. Okay, where are we going to put them? And that's something that our team
And
is.
that discussion's a little different than when we get to the build.
Yeah.
I see them as two separate. So when you get to the build, the construction, the cost of how we're gonna house staff and where they're going to be will become part of the cost of that project.
Yeah.
That'll be, I'm thinking Alex is probably already thinking about, you know, do we have trailers, those sort of, similar to they have a trailer down there now.
Yeah.
How are we gonna manage the build? But I think that's project specific, as opposed to some of this discussion is, as we grow services, where are we putting people in the interim?
Maybe
Yeah.
Acadia has some space.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to think, if
Yes.
we keep saying we want more things, we have to know if you're saying that you're space deprived now, if
Probably
we want
do.
more service and there's no space. That's a bigger cost than
Absolutely.
just the person. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I just wanted to flag that
Yeah.
because it's,
Apparently entrepreneurship is empty.
That was actually just what I was about to ask, whether Acadia has space, or what is the visitor information center used in the off season? Or is there an off season?
It's not heated.
It's not?
Is it?
Yeah, it would be probably less than ideal in terms of winter conditions.
we actually explored that. Yeah, we actually explored that because we were. kind
There's
of
no
dire.
heat?
Anyways, that's a good point.
So yeah, I didn't want to take us
Oh,
too
it's a
off,
good
but
point.
it's,
Okay.
That would explain it.
Counselor Butler?
That was my question. I was actually I wondered, because I'm thinking of empty spaces and I'm like, the visitor information center is empty. But I didn't realize it was not. Yeah, okay. But I mean, it has 2 or 3 people working in it during the summer, so it can obviously accommodate 2 or 3 people. It has washrooms, it has internet, it has a wheelchair accessible entrance. It's a great space. I just didn't realize it wasn't winterized. Never mind.
Okay, Aaron, did you? want to
no,
say
I
something?
know that we want to, I don't want to cut this off. But I know we want to talk about the communications. I just wanted to give you a date kind of now to have. So when we come in December, we will have the calendar for all of our meetings for 2023. But I just wanted to flag that we will do a special budget council meeting or committee of the whole meeting on the 19th of January. That's the one that we typically do on the operating side. It will be on your calendar. That will come out. It's the Thursday, sort of 3rd week of January. So just so that you can, usually we do it during the day because normally it's a
It's an
full
IMSA
day.
board meeting in the morning.
on a Thursday.
Well, that's what.
Oh, it shouldn't, they're on
should
the
not be
Wednesdays,
on
yeah,
the
they're,
Wednesday?
so that might be, yeah, this,
Okay.
do I have the day? Yeah, the 19th of January, yeah. So we, if we can just put that in the calendars, that should work. And we'll just double check to make sure that that wasn't.
Yeah, I
moved,
don't,
but
I
yeah, it
put
should be
each of them
Wednesday.
in.
It's, yeah, it's typically, yeah, and that will be part of the calendar, but just while we have you here, just to have that slated. And then the rest of them, unless needed, are all just tagged on to committee of the wholes, but yeah, that one will be more focused on the operating, and then we do usually circle back at least quickly on the 10-year plan. Okay, that's it for me.
So we good on the roundtable?
So were we gonna talk about how we're gonna get people involved in the?
That's the next
That's
item.
the Next,
Yeah.
next slide. And we'll,
You thought we were going home. Oh, no.
Barb's getting the microphone ready because obviously she's. So the next, and I'll just enlarge this a bit so I can see it. It's got a couple points. I just, before you get started on it, was going to know committee of the whole meetings that we're having and
Just
will
put the
have
budget
become
into-
part of that engagement and information sharing with the public. So we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is part of the process. And then I'm gonna turn it over to Barb a little bit on Wolfville blooms and maybe other ideas that you may have.
Thank you. And I'll try and keep this really brief. It's always challenging ending up at the end of a very long day. Just to give folks a sense of how this can potentially roll out, I want to ground you into two kind of concepts to begin with. So kind of a little bit of terminology, trying to plain language stuff. So we do a lot of communications, which tends to be, we're sending information out. And a big chunk of what we're going to do through this budget cycle is that information out. Wolfville Blooms has launched for this budget cycle. It's now live. The mayor provided a message, and there's already 2 interactive spaces where you can ask questions and where you can put ideas. And so on that Blooms page, we'll have all of the agendas for all of the meetings, announcing them in advance, and any other key documents that need to go up there. For example, Mike's slides from today. When we're done, those will be loaded up there. So that's really when you're looking to direct people to get them to the right information in one easy to manage location. It's on wolfvilleblooms.ca. So you can pull that up there for me, Mike. Thanks. So that's our information piece. And then we'll be connecting people back to that through ongoing pieces on social media. We did announce that this process was beginning through our electronic newsletter that went out the other day. The numbers for that are growing kind of each month we send out that newsletter. We're getting more interest that way. It's a great communications tool. And then of course, our website is where we will be directing people as well, which helps to kind of bring people into our meetings. That's all the information piece. And our key is to inform the community throughout the entire cycle. Engagement is a little bit different, and engagement is where we actually want to go out to the community and get some feedback. And the best way to do that, from my experience, is to be quite targeted with what we're asking people for. We want to ensure that they have the background, or at least the knowledge base to have reasonable interactions and be helpful in the process. We don't want them to get lost or be left behind. So as I'm looking at this from a storytelling perspective, I'm looking at what are the themes, what are the big stories. You've touched on them today. It's about service levels. It's about delivery of service. In the mayor's comments, she certainly noted, we're looking to how do we balance the inspirational and the aspirational with the limited tax dollars. So that's kind of the theme of this year. And then we can pull that apart. So what council can start to do is think about what are the pieces you want to go out to the community with and actually take that feedback on. And then we can package that and ensure that that happens. So that's the ongoing piece. At the end of this, I do see it's up here, the town hall, the open house, pop-up events. And I think those are great opportunities. COVID's with us. It's not going away. We're managing it as best we can. And I think it's safe to say that people are looking for those in-person opportunities. So we will be looking to do that. And you'll just have to direct staff as to when you'd like to see that happen.
You're looking for feedback,
Yes.
comments, Councillor McKay?
So I do think getting
in person is good, and because it's more of a conversation about how you want things, because I mean, we're gonna give out a whole bunch of information, so getting that feedback and having a conversation about it. I know we tried one last year, was it virtual? And we didn't get anyone, was it, or is it, was it?
I think it was 2 years ago, we did the virtual and yeah, that, but you never know, you can try again and.
So people, I think, will come out to the police one. So I think that maybe we killed two birds, one stone. Like, I wonder if we did. Sounds devious, maybe, but like you're bringing them in to say you want to talk about police, da 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 da.
Talk about lunch bag of letdown.
But I'm saying, like, we could go police, you know, and then on the way out or on the side, if Mike was here or something, we say, here is your, when he's almost dying laughing at me. You know, here is what the highlights were. Did you know there's a new town hall and a library? And like, you know, maybe it's a handout and I can ask a few questions and it might feed into say, we're gonna have another one just on budget on this day. So it's like, because it's really hard to get people in when you say budget, but when you say police, I think we'll get, I think we will get more people. And if it's just hey, look, don't forget, there's more to talk about. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but
Tearing down the library. Anytime you
oh,
tear
yeah.
down a building, people will come.
oh, that just went.
We're not tearing down the library.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to, if they're already coming for something else, can we give them some more information or say, these things are happening and these things are on the discussion to parks and open space, like people like those things. So come back and talk to us about that in terms of budget and we'll get some feedback. Because when we did the planning review, remember when it was all around the table?
Yeah.
We had a really good discussion, so pre-COVID.
So what I hear you saying is don't say budget, say, you know, say, we're talking about police, we're talking about parks, we're talking about
Yeah.
library. Don't say budget.
It may be the pop-up events and you mentioned the types of questions that we might ask, and I think you used that through the police service review so far.
And that was something that I felt was quite successful when we did the pop-up engagement for the policing review. And for folks that weren't as familiar with that, there was an actual interactive exercise that we needed people to do. And not everybody did it, but everybody had some conversation, which again gives you that input from the community in a way that was comfortable. And so it allows us to flow information out, but also pull stuff back. So I think what I'm looking for really primarily from members of council is, what are the questions that you would like the community to provide you feedback on or answers on? So maybe not reviewing the entire, budget package, but if there are those key questions, or about specific projects, whatever you can think about, then we can adapt that into either a visual, as the deputy mayor had suggested, or we can make that into something that's a little bit more appealing to an entire community that might want to not listen to something called budget.
Yeah, don't say
And on Wolfville Blooms, it is called budget.
call something else. Your future or not. Councillor Ingham.
I think that we just need to make it a little bit more simple than throwing out the topics. So what's going on in Wolfville? Because the most important thing to engage people is to make them feel comfortable and welcomed and wanted, and we want their feedback. So I don't know if we need to say, this is the topic, this is the topic. It's like, this is what's going on in Wolfville. And as you talk, they're going to be giving us ideas. So the more kind of informal, the better, because I think we can gravitate to more people that way. So I don't say like that we're talking about police today. They can talk about almost anything. We want them to talk about almost anything. So how do we get them in to sort of welcome them and, get an honest opinion? So that's sort of where I'm thinking it should be going. So maybe something catchy. What's happening in Wolfville? We want your feedback. This is who's going to be here, or whatever. But what's going on? Just, it has to be comfortable.
So if I can pull that apart a little bit. So along the lines of pop-ups at different locations where community, like town representatives, are there to have those conversations about, this is what we're working on.
Yeah.
And getting that feedback.
Yeah.
Great.
Councillor Butler.
two things. I completely support what Councillor McKay said. I'm going to use my theater background here. When you go to a show at Center Stage, the first thing we say is, come back next month and see this show. They like that one-on-one interaction. We actually tried voice announcements for a show, and it was the worst thing we could have ever done, because they like having someone stand up there in front of them and greet them and say, hello, this is what we're doing. These are the projects. We get so much feedback for the raffles, the other shows. So there is that interaction bit that I think is very, very important. So I'm all about that. And then you see them and it's more engagement. If you just put it up on Facebook and say there's a budget meeting, they're like, ah. But if they're in person and you say, we are talking about this, this, and this, that's a little different. I like Councillor Ingham's mentioning how casual things should be. It should be a little more informal, but there does need to be parameters set in terms of these are the 5 projects we were talking about. What is your feeling on these 5 projects? Instead of what would you like to see in Wolfville, they're going to give you a list of stuff that is all new, and then there'll be disappointment that it is not part of the list. So it's like, we have a town hall, a library, fire hall, this, how would you prioritize those? What would you see going into them? All that kind of stuff. So it can be very informal, but yet there does still have to be those parameters set up. So, yeah.
I do think we have to be careful not to bamboozle people. And by that, I mean, these are exciting projects and people will get excited, but if they have a cost, and ultimately it's going to be, affect you in your pocketbook. And so there's a budget element. So somehow threading that needle between the excitement of the growth of the town in the future and being honest. And I think I know the event that you were talking about, Councillor McKay, it was an MPS event and it was very well attended. It was in this room. While this is a small room, it worked. I think it worked better than, we also did one at Just Us once that didn't really work, and we've done it at the market. And the problem that I saw at the market was there were so many people weighing in who are not Wolfville taxpayers. Like, we had no idea who they were. But there were a lot of very interesting boards up in this room, and interesting discussions happening at all of them. So you could see, but also around the wall, this is the cost, because it is a budget, and I wouldn't want people to not understand that there's a cost. Other comments?
I think that's great. I like, because it was really interactive. It was fun, but you can just put, this is awesome, and it costs you.
Yep.
Those new jeans look really good on you, but they're $100. Do you like those or not?
And were there not Post-it notes the same way as at Lightfoot in Wolfville? People could write and put things on the boards. Yeah. Lightfoot in Wolfville was a good location too, not in Wolfville. But not in Wolfville yet.
Legion.
You think the Legion's going to be open in a couple of months? This building across the road, it won't be open.
Not the Legion, the Lions.
The Lions, okay, yeah, the Lions. So I thought the Legion. I think it's. Yes.
We'll have to work on some details
Yes.
of that and how we're gonna do
Yes,
it. I think
good.
it's gonna be a mix of
Alliance.
outreach,
The Legion,
web,
I think it'll
in
be
person.
ready.
So
So Barb, do you need questions from, are you suggesting that we go away and say, here are some questions we would like to ask, or here are the things we'd like to highlight? Or do you think that between y'all as staff can go, these are the budget items? These are the kind of the questions?
in
Or what
the
do you
past,
want?
we've done something to the effect, and I've seen this on online budget applications. HRM will have an online one. It could be, and I'm not saying this would be it, but select services as opposed to departments and budget areas, which services that we know exist out in the public. And if you had $1, how would you distribute that dollar between those 7 items or whatever they are? You'll get responses that then, it's not perfect, it's not statistical, but unless,
That concerns me.
but then does council want us to do a statistically sound survey? And that's a different,
No, my concern is just that we'll never be statistically sound. Then what do we do with it? What if everybody says we want project X, but we know in the scheme of things, then council, then it's on council to say no. That's my just concern.
No, understood, but if you have the conversations, you could hear the same thing through
Yeah.
conversation and you have the same dilemma. So
You know.
barring a statistically selected sample, which I agree, unless we do it that way, it will always be just an indicator, but not an answer in and of itself.
I just think we have to be careful. We don't do policy by poll. And particularly not by a non-statistical poll. And so I just don't want council to be, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of council. We don't want council to be put in a position where they are making what they believe is the best decision for residents, but somehow they heard from more people who wanted X than Y. So I just ask you to be conscious of the position that council could get put in.
Understood.
Deputy Mayor.
In support of your comments, Mayor Donovan, I think having information sessions is very important because we're trying to establish clarity. We're giving people more information for them to work with and maybe get back to us with a response. I think having consultation where we're trying to get that kind of feedback is fraught with problems. Having in the past done that in a different life where people would come to such a meeting and stack the meeting. Dotmocracy, they stack their dots. You just, when that is made public and people know, there are so many ways to make sure that one issue that may not be an issue for everybody, but for a minor group can get to the top of the list because you can organize so well. And I think we need, I don't want to be cynical, but just having been on the receiving end of that process, I'm very sensitive to it because it is not democratic. It is open, but it's not democratic. And I think we need to keep those distinctions at the forefront. And so doing what Barb, what you're suggesting in terms of getting information out, I still, really like the idea of the GIS and the kind of visuals that can be created can be so effective. And I think those types of tools could assist in the dissemination of information and maybe, because we get a lot of, or we get some questions that I think are questions that are semi-informed and they're comments or criticism, but when you sit down and talk to somebody and give them more information, they understand, right? And what happens is sometimes those incomplete bits are the ones that get out into the public. And that's, I think, one of the things that we really, as we try to be more transparent, part of that is the responsibility of trying to make sure that information is as complete and clear and accessible as possible. So.
Councillor Ingham.
Yeah, this just goes along to communications, what could be a little bit off in the distance, but in front of the Acadia field, soccer, football field, rugby field is the electronic information board. And when I drive by there, I'm like, oh, there's basketball game. Oh, there's football game. Are we going to have a board like that in front of the town hall? Because that's another way of communications to give out information. I'm just throwing it out there because I look at it all the time. And can we use the Acadias for information for big things at the town?
So we haven't talked about a sign for the new town hall yet. So that can be something that council can discuss closer to. We have reached out in the past to Acadia to use that sign. And I'm trying to remember, someone might actually be able to remember what it was. And we were told no, but I think it's because they had some athletic pieces that they were advertising at the same time. So it competed, but I can't remember. Well, I just know we had reached out and were told no,
Yeah,
but
I don't
can't
remember the specifics.
because we have looked at that before as an option. So not to say we couldn't revisit it, but I just remember we tried to use it for something.
It's actually against our policy. But
Like those are the signs that are there now often.
is it also not against our town policy to have that kind of sign? It was and Acadia was, because it's not on town land, Acadia was allowed, but it actually, other than the Acadia, the L Whittle sign, it's against.
I
town
think there was
policy.
specific request to allow that to happen.
So like the Devour one, for example, is going to be coming back
Yes.
to council because it's through a DA to enable them to be
Oh,
able to have that.
So that could be one of our conditions.
So
Councillor
I
McKay?
guess it is, I think an interactive way of discussing it is probably the best way so that, you know, there isn't a lopsided. And having said that, knowing where it is and how because we still hear a lot from certain demographics or certain people most of the time. So we don't often hear if things are, you know, they think they're going well, maybe in my neighborhood, or maybe everyone in my neighborhood wants that red line paved. So they're all going to come out and say, yes, that's it. So but I mean, making sure we get to each part of town to have discussions, whatever way that is. I leave that maybe to the experts, but I also want to know that it's interesting. I've always found it helpful too, when we had that meeting in here, the ones that were, when you did imagine, I think I was a community member at the time, but I remember them, and having representation from this table there to hear it firsthand. It's, you all give us good information back, but hearing it firsthand is really important, because sometimes we ask for clarity that we didn't really think about before. And so if we were allowed to be here or like just be present, or I shouldn't say allowed, but you know what I mean? But just if we're aware of it, and not that all of us have to come people feel bombarded, but if we divided and conquered so we all could hear the voices that
That would
around
be,
town.
and I'll, two specific examples, I'd say the last few open houses that we had here at the town hall, all members of council were welcome to come. The mayor was there, and I don't recall every individual, but it certainly wasn't a large uptake, and I don't want to be unfair in that comment, but I like the thought. That has to happen in action. Is that fair?
That's a good site. That's a big site.
Well, our money went to the back deck, didn't it?
I think we need to be careful how we phrase that. We've given half the commitment, which had to do with just accessibility and the general building. The second half, which is related, we're not giving them the dollars to build the back deck. It's, you don't get the dollars until that amenity is there. So just, there's a little nuance in there, and we need to go in and confirm that the accessibility was done in the way that it was intended to be done. And I'm not sure we've had a chance to follow up on that yet, but that's a process that we should go through as well.
Okay. Are we good? Do you have all you need, Barb, or news for now? We know where you are. Are you good?
I think we're good. We have the next steps where we're gonna take all this feedback. I think we had a really good discussion. Probably was good all day. So the discussion. So we'll take all this feedback, start to work it into version 1, figure out how we're gonna do the reach out to the public, and see what we can come back January 19th. Near the bottom line brackets.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
That'll be the well, very much.
All right, well, if nobody has any other comments and staff have no other PowerPoint presentations, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
This would be committee of the whole, so I think technically you have a public input session
Oh.
if anybody's out there that wants to
Okay.
speak.
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to speak at public input? Thank you very much, Director McLean. It's got a little informal today, right now. Anybody in the gallery who would like to speak? Okay. Now I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Butler. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.